Chapter 978, Lin Feng's Brontosaurus doppelganger and the god of war doppelganger entered the Star Sea Gate together. The place they were at was a realm tunnel. Along this realm tunnel, one could reach the desolate ancient Star Sea. After entering the tunnel, Lin Feng was not in a hurry to move. The god of war doppelganger waved his hand, and 10 bronze cauldrons appeared in front of him. The body of the three-legged cauldron was engraved with the pattern of mountains and rivers. It was the magic treasure, the Void Mountain and River Cauldron. Around the Void Mountain and River Cauldron were 9 small bronze cauldrons. They formed a formation and resonated with the Void Mountain and River Cauldron, helping each other. The formation formed by the 9 bronze cauldrons corresponded with the Void Mountain and River Cauldron, forming a 10-cauldron formation. Lin Feng's god of war doppelganger's palms changed continuously. Streams of magic power were injected into the 10-cauldron formation. The 10-cauldron formation emitted a strange fluctuation and faintly interacted with the realm tunnel constructed by the Star Sea Gate. In this way, I should be able to adjust the location of the exit on the other side of the Star Sea and receive me to a place as close to Ding of Shenzhou as possible. Since he had come to the desolate ancient Star Sea, Lin Feng naturally had to look for the creation-grade magic treasure forged by Xia Huang in the ancient times, Ding of Shenzhou. In the past, the 9 treasures of the ancient Heavenly Gate were famous. In terms of fighting power, the central jadeite jade was known as the number 1 of the 9 treasures. However, in Lin Feng's opinion, the southern flaming heavenly divine cauldron was the most important magic treasure among the 9 treasures. It had made outstanding contributions to the rise of the Heavenly Gate. This was because the flaming heavenly divine cauldron was one of the few magic treasures used in alchemy in the history of the Divine Land. The ancient flaming heavenly divine cauldron was also completely destroyed when the Heavenly Gate was destroyed. The flaming heavenly divine cauldron that was seized by Xianmen Tianzong and transferred to the northern militant royal court was refined by the eastern Heavenly Gate. It was only at the spirit-nurturing grade, and its effect was weaker. Time flew by, and now, according to Lin Feng's knowledge, there was only the Sun-Moon Divine Furnace in Taishu Temple that was once a formidable alchemy magic treasure that was on par with the flaming heavenly divine cauldron. It was also a Mahayana grade treasure that had existed since ancient times, and it was equally as famous as the Flaming Heaven Divine Cauldron. Including the Flaming Heaven Divine Cauldron, the other Dharma treasures that were on par with the Sun-Moon Divine Cauldron had already been submerged in the long river of history. Some were completely destroyed, like the Flaming Heaven Divine Cauldron, and some were nowhere to be found. However, these Dharma treasures had to bow before Ding of Shenzhou. The Ding of Shenzhou forged by Xia Huang was the most powerful alchemy treasure in the history of the heaven primal world. Of course, Ding of Shenzhou did not only refine pills and medicines, but in this aspect, it was the only creation-level Dharma treasure. It was indisputably the strongest. Lin Feng naturally attached great importance to Ding of Shenzhou. Today, with the continuous development of Xianmen Tianzong, the sex power had made great progress, and the Heavenly Heart Cauldron was gradually unable to keep up with the situation. In the past few years, Xiao Yan had the idea to refine a Dharma treasure cauldron himself. With sufficient raw materials, an outstanding alchemy magic treasure could produce an astronomical number of pills every day, which had a huge effect on improving the overall strength of the sect. In the history of the heaven primal world, who in the history of the heaven primal world could be compared to Ding of Shenzhou? However, there were still some things to pay attention to in order to find Ding of Shenzhou. First of all, this treasure was lost in the desolate ancient star ocean. Although several Star Ocean gates fell into the hands of different people, the current Star Ocean was still the demon race's territory. Due to the differences in cultivation methods and characteristics, the great demons of the demon race in the Star Ocean, especially the experts of the Star Soul Integration realm and above, had higher combat power than usual. They were even more powerful than in the demon world of Tianhuang mainland. 4 different demon races. The different environment would sometimes affect their strength, and the desolate ancient Star Ocean was the best home ground for all demon races apart from their respective ancestral lands. Secondly, there was something strange about the death of Xia Huang and the loss of Ding of Shenzhou. Such a secret. Lin Feng could not search for it in the system. He could only search for some superficial information. For example, although Xia Huang had died in a war between the human race and the demon race, no one had witnessed it with their own eyes. Xia Huang's natal light had been extinguished, but there were no bones left, and there were many doubts. Ding of Shenzhou was also missing at that time, and his whereabouts were a mystery. Of course, Lin Feng already knew that Ding of Shenzhou was in the desolate ancient Star Ocean, but the death of Xia Huang was still full of mysteries. Although most of the human emperors of the primordial and ancient eras had died in battle, it was rare to see someone as strange as Xia Huang. Lastly, the Divine Prefecture Cauldron was a creation-grade Dharma treasure, so it was not easy to collect it. Lin Feng's Brontosaurus clone and God of Battle clone moved forward and soon passed through the realm tunnel and arrived at the exit. In front of him was a faintly discernible membrane of light, like another door. Lin Feng gently touched the door, and the light membrane broke, and the door opened. After passing through the door, Lin Feng officially stepped into the Star Ocean, one of the 7 seas of Tianyuan. In front of him was a dark void, filled with sparkling stars, as if he was directly in the galaxy, but also as if he was in a completely independent space. The stars seemed to be within reach, but they also seemed to be extremely far away. Lin Feng knew that this foreign space called the desolate ancient Star Ocean was very strange. Just like how every inch of the Spirit Ocean was closely connected to the vast thousand worlds, the Star Ocean was also closely connected to the galaxy of the vast thousand worlds. Moreover, unlike the Spirit Ocean, the Star Ocean and the real galaxy of the universe had gradually merged together. However, the Star Ocean and the vast thousand worlds were still 2 different worlds. Only the stars had a strange connection which allowed humans or beasts to absorb and refine the power of the stars more easily when they were in the Star Ocean. This wondrous world made Lin Feng sigh in admiration when he saw it. However, he was more impressed by his bad luck, as he had just arrived in the desolate ancient Star Ocean, and he was already greeted with the warmest welcome when Lin Feng's Brontosaurus clone and God of Battle clone appeared in the Star Ocean. There was only a bright light in front of them, as if the raging beasts were about to crush everything nearby into nothingness. In front of them, there was a huge array shining brightly, and among the Star Ocean, the water celestial star was also shining brightly. That huge array was obviously the 9 glory sky shattering array. Without even asking, the person controlling the array was undoubtedly the great sage Qiongqi, who had not been seen for a long time. This great demon was used to running amok in the past. It was lawless and had infiltrated the vast land of the Divine Prefecture. It set up the 9 glory sky-shattering formation above the North Wind Sea and almost destroyed the entrance to the ancient desolate sea world, burying all the young talents of the human race. Because of this, he had formed a grudge with Xianmen Tianzong, and later sought refuge with the Golden Rock Great Sage in the Cloud Forest realm. Later on, with the help of the Golden Rock Great Sage, he had achieved the astral soul unification realm. However, as Lin Feng and Xianmen Tianzong grew stronger, the ferocious and lawless great sage Qiongqi had no choice but to lie low and not reveal his whereabouts in case Lin Feng came looking for him. Even the Qiongqi beast tribe that he led had become more low profile. Seeing Lin Feng's Brontosaurus clone and god of battle clone suddenly appearing in the ancient desolate sea of stars, the great sage Qiongqi could not help but be shocked. At the same time, in another direction, a giant black wolf was crouching in the distant starry sky. It was incredibly huge, like a chain of mountains. Although they had only met once, Lin Feng could still accurately recognize that the giant wolf was the heavenly wolf great sage who had appeared in the cloud forest realm in the past. But at that meeting, the two sides did not have a pleasant relationship. Lin Feng swept his divine sense and stared at the heavenly wolf great sage. He found that just like the enchantress, the heavenly wolf great sage had improved. After not seeing him for a long time, the heavenly wolf great sage's cultivation had also risen from the primordial true spirit realm to the astral soul fusion realm. This monster's divine power was extraordinary, and his combat ability was astonishing. Lin Feng estimated that even the great sage Xiang Lu, who had just experienced the tribulation not long ago, might not be a match for him. In the face of the 9 luminaries sky-shattering formation activated by great sage Qiongqi, who was also at the realm of unity of the star soul, the heavenly wolf great sage's performance was exceptionally fierce. His scarlet eyes widened, and the moment he saw Lin Feng, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. But very quickly, a layer of deep savagery and bloodthirst appeared in his eyes. There was also a third party. It was a giant ape that was completely golden in color and had 6 long horns on its head. The giant ape's eyes were originally fixed on the giant formation. At this moment, when it suddenly saw Lin Feng's Brontosaurus clone and God of War clone, it could not help but show a look of surprise on its face. This giant ape was also a great monster of the astral soul fusion realm. Although Lin Feng had not seen it before, he knew its identity. After all, its appearance was very distinctive. It was the leader of the primordial demon ape clan, the 6-horned divine monkey clan, the 6-horned great sage. This monster was the confidant of the current leader of the primordial demon ape clan, the great sage, and its strength was also extraordinary. It was worth mentioning that it was also related to Xianmen Tianzong. In the past, when Shi Tianhao was still in the Yuanying stage, he went to the infinite wasteland to train and killed a 6-horned divine monkey king, who was the grandson of the 6-horned great sage. Since Lin Feng went to the infinite wasteland in search of golden cicada 5 years ago, the appearance of his and Brontosaurus's clone was no longer a secret. At this moment, the 6-horned great sage naturally recognized Lin Feng at a glance. His eyes immediately narrowed, and the 6 horns on his head also flashed with golden light. Before this, a dazzling azure beam of light had already rushed out of the giant 9 luminaries sky-shattering formation and bombarded the sky and earth. On the other side, the heavenly wolf great sage had already spat out a beam of ferocious blood light. It was originally aimed in the direction of Qiongqi great sage and the 9 luminary sky-shattering formation, but now, because of Lin Feng's sudden appearance, it was aimed straight at Lin Feng. For a moment, Lin Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry. His divine sense swept out and found that the place where he was located had been severely damaged. There was a great battle going on here. Unfortunately, when he descended into the sea of stars and came out of the portal, he happened to be in the center of the battle. Several parties were fighting in full swing, and he stepped in. At this time, the 9 luminaries sky-shattering formation had activated the mighty attack of the water celestial star, and the heavenly wolf great sage's blood sea demonic light had already arrived in front of Lin Feng. The violent demonic power annihilated everything at the intersection of the 2 attacks. Chapter 9. 79. Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the thought of stepping into the middle of a battle. Lin Feng scanned his surroundings and identified the Heavenly Wolf Great Sage, Cheongchi Great Sage, and Sixhorns Great Sage. At the same time, the attack unleashed by the Heavenly Wolf Great Sage and the Nine Glory Sky-Shattering Formation was right in front of Lin Feng. This welcoming ceremony has exceeded my expectations. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. He had no intention of evading. The Brontosaurus clone and the God of War clone stood on the left and right respectively, facing the attack that was right in front of them. The God of War clone's blood essence began to circulate violently, as if there was a small universe surging within his body. The dragon god, heavenly armor, on his body exuded a vast dragon might. As the scales on the armor opened and closed, streams of red and yellow air burst forth from within, above the God of War clone's head. Billowing waves of air surged and transformed into a world of light and shadow that was almost materialized. This small world was completely formed from the martial intent of Lin Feng's God of War clone. Everything within it appeared as if it were a real world. In the face of the Heavenly Wolf Great Sage's crimson sea of demonic light, the God of War clone extended his hand expressionlessly and spread open his fingers. Streams of strange air swirled in the starry sky like tens of thousands of gigantic dragons. In the next instant, the ferocious crimson light was firmly grasped by the God of War clone's hand. It struggled incessantly as if it had a life of its own, trying to break free from the God of War clone's grasp. There were countless figures flashing within the crimson light. There were humans, and there were also all kinds of monsters. Regardless of whether they were humans or monsters, the one thing they all had in common was that their faces were extremely twisted and filled with bloodthirst and madness, as if they were going to slaughter all living beings. However, as the God of War clone slowly tightened his grip, the crimson light also gradually lost its vitality. In the end, the crimson color completely faded, and the crimson light disappeared without a trace. The Heavenly Wolf Great Sage's crimson eyes stared intently at Lin Feng. It was as if there were two oceans composed entirely of blood, and the surface of the ocean was flashing with a cold, ferocious light. Wolves were ferocious and cunning by nature, and from that exchange, Heavenly Wolf Great Sage could already tell that even though Lin Feng's War God clone was only at the return to Void Stage, it was still a formidable foe. In particular, the dragon god heavenly armor that he was wearing was quite impressive too, which complemented the clone of the divine god of battle perfectly, granting them a great boost in strength. Because Xiao Yan and the others had reached the primordial spirit realm, Lin Feng had obtained 4 chances to upgrade his Dharma treasure. He used 1 on the mysterious sky god sealing banner, 2 on the Sela Wonder Tree, and the last one was used on the dragon god sky armor. The dragon god heavenly armor had reached the incarnate stage and merged with the clone of the divine god of battle, resulting in a formidable energy ripple. Lin Feng's God of War, doppelganger, calmly looked at Heavenly Wolf Great Sage and slowly crushed the blood sea demonic light. On the other side, Brontosaurus's clone was facing the terrifying attack of the 9 sky-shattering formation. Looking at the dazzling water celestial star in front of him, Lin Feng's clone of Brontosaurus in his human form smiled. Lightning flickered all over his body, and 4 colors, red, yellow, green, and blue, appeared, adding a layer of black and white to his body. Facing the powerful attack of the 9 sky-shattering formation that was triggered by the water celestial star, Brontosaurus's clone did not dodge. Instead, he let out a wild roar. Following the wild roar, surging lightning shot out and turned into a thick lightning pillar that clashed with the water blue light pillar from the 9 sky-shattering formation. The 4-colored lightning that was flickering with black and white radiance seemed to have no end to its power. The 4 colors circled around the formation, and its power continued to increase, clashing with the attack of the 9 sky-shattering formation. In the end, the water blue light pillar began to crumble. Seeing this, great sage Cheongchi's eyelids twitched. In the desolate ancient starry sea, both he and the 9 sky-shattering formation were much stronger than they were in the vast 1,000 domains. However, Lin Feng's Brontosaurus clone was also a pure demon clan clone. It was also like a fish in water in the desolate ancient starry sea, and this was under the condition that Brontosaurus's clone was still in the primordial true spirit realm. If it had reached the astral soul unification realm, it would have been even stronger. Even so, the scene of Lin Feng's Brontosaurus clone resisting the 9 sky-shattering formation without revealing his true form still made Great Sage Cheongchi, Heavenly Wolf Great Sage, and Six-Horned Great Sage's hearts sink. It was true that the power of the 9 sky-shattering formation had not reached its peak, but Brontosaurus's clone had not revealed his true form either. The Six-Horned Great Sage's eyes flickered. He turned around and left, turning into a beam of golden light and disappearing into the vast starry sea. Heavenly Wolf Great Sage glanced at Lin Feng's Brontosaurus clone and God of War clone. Then his huge body leaped up and left quickly. In the distant starry sky, the 9 sky-shattering formation shook slightly, then rapidly shrank into a small dot and flew away. From beginning to end, Great Sage Cheongchi did not show up. The 3 great demons chose to retreat for the time being. A man's life was like a tree's shadow. The Battle of Mount Shu and the battle with the Kunlong King and Golden Cicada in the Infinite Wasteland had made Lin Feng infamous even in the Infinite Wasteland. Although there were only 2 clones here, no one could be sure if Lin Feng's true body would suddenly appear. Under such circumstances, Heavenly Wolf Great Sage and the other great demons naturally chose to retreat first. However, one could imagine how sullen they felt. Be it Heavenly Wolf Great Sage, Cheongchi Great Sage, or the Six-Horned Great Sage, they were usually arrogant figures, but at this moment, they had no choice but to retreat immediately. 5 years ago, during his trip to the Infinite Wasteland, when he fought with the Kunlong King, Golden Cicada, Blue Sky Dragon King, White Tiger Great Sage, Xiang Lu Great Sage, and other great demons, Lin Feng had once said that unless one's cultivation was at the Dharma-ending realm, or one's actual combat strength was comparable, fighting with them would only be courting death. When Lin Feng said this, his tone was calm and gentle, as if he was describing something that couldn't be more ordinary. However, the facts had fully proved that he was not lying. No matter how unwilling the Heavenly Wolf Great Sage and the other 2 great demons were, they had no choice but to retreat at this time. Even if they had other ideas, they would at least wait until they had a clear understanding of the situation before making a move. They would not blindly rush forward now. Therefore, the battlefield, which had been filled with sparks and stars a moment ago, suddenly became empty the next moment. Only broken starlight, chaotic airflows, and chaos in the center of the battlefield were left, indicating that the battle that had taken place here before was not an illusion. Although he could not deal with Cheongchi Great Sage and Heavenly Wolf Great Sage, Lin Feng did not pursue them. He looked at the battlefield in front of him, his divine senses sweeping across. Oh, the stars in this area are particularly dense, and the power of the stars is also very gentle, which is easy to refine and absorb. Lin Feng pondered in his heart. The 3 parties must have taken a fancy to this area, which is why they fought. Because he had used the 10 Cauldron formation to disturb the gate of Star Sea, according to Lin Feng's expectation, he hoped that the exit of the domain passage on this side of the Star Sea would be as close to Ding of Shenzhou as possible. Now it seemed that his previous efforts had not been in vain. The abnormal situation of the stars in this area was very likely the result of Ding of Shenzhou's influence. Ding of Shenzhou should be hidden in this star domain. However, it was unknown whether it was because of Ding of Shenzhou's own will, but the dermic power fluctuations had completely disappeared. Even if Lin Feng himself came here, he would have to spend a lot of effort to find it. Because the stars were particularly dense, the rich power of starlight also caused a certain degree of interference in the search for Ding of Shenzhou. It's just that I did not expect a gate of star C to fall into the hands of Golden Rock Great Sage. Lin Feng smiled. It's no wonder. Golden Rock Great Sage's faction could rise so quickly, naturally because he had something to rely on. I wonder when he obtained this gate of star C. Xiongqi Great Sage could enter here, most likely because he had a gate of star C in his hands. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to borrow the way from the other clans. At the very least, he would have to use the 9 Glory Sky Crumbling Formation to exchange for it. After all, the Xiongqi clan did not have a good reputation in Infinite Wilderness. Heavenly Wolf Great Sage and Six-Horned Great Sage did not need to be mentioned. Naturally, they had entered through the gate of Star C in the hands of the Enchantress and the Great Sage. Lin Feng thought to himself, it's said that when 4 Gate of Star C gather in the Star Tomb can be opened. The Star Tomb was a sacred place in the desolate ancient Star Ocean. Legend had it that as time passed, the Star Tomb would gradually accumulate more and more remains of stars. As the name suggested, the remains of stars were the bones of stars. However, they were special. Unlike ordinary stars that would go through a series of changes and turn into nothingness, starlight would condense into something like crystals. Compared to real stars, the star's spirit power contained in the remains of stars was much less. However, the star power contained in the remains of stars was much easier to refine and absorb than the power contained in ordinary stars. When the remains of stars in the Star Tomb accumulated to a certain amount, they would become an extremely large amount of resources. These remains of stars were a special product of the desolate ancient Star Ocean. The stars in the Milky Way of the vast thousand worlds could be refined and could receive star power. However, their birth and death were constant. Only in the Star Tomb of the desolate ancient Star Ocean could there be remains of stars. Be it the primordial age, the Middle Age, or the modern age, regardless of whether the Star Sea was in the hands of the demon race or the human race, the controller would open the Star Tomb periodically and collect the remains of stars. Then, he would close the Star Tomb and come back after a long period of time. Before the Star Sea passageway changed, it was not difficult to open the Star Tomb. However, after the passageway changed and turned into 6 Gate of Star Sea, the conditions became stricter. At least 4 Gate of Star Sea had to be gathered in the Star Tomb before it could be opened. This was not a big deal. The Saint Emperors of the demon race who unified Infinite Wilderness, Vast Wilderness, would collect the Gate of Star Sea and control the Star Sea. Until the battle 4,000 years ago, when Yuang Tianhai died, the 6 Gate of Star Sea that she controlled were scattered and landed in the hands of different greater demons. Lin Feng was not sure if the Star Tomb had been opened again after the war between the 2 worlds. However, if it had not been opened, after 4,000 years of accumulation, the remains of stars in the Star Tomb would probably be an astronomical number. Dragon Race, Ape Race, Heavenly Charm, Golden Rock. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Although the possibility of them working together is very low, it is not impossible. I need to plan ahead. Chapter 980. After seeing Great Sage Qiongqi, Lin Feng knew that there was a Star Sea Gate in the hands of Golden Rock Great Sage. Similarly, when Heavenly Wolf Great Sage, Qiongqi Great Sage, and Six-Horned Great Sage saw Lin Feng, they would also know that Lin Feng most likely had a Star Sea Gate. Under such circumstances, it was very likely that the demon race would unite and make things difficult for Lin Feng. Since the ancient era, the human race no longer had a relatively stable way to enter the desolate ancient Star Sea. After the ancient age, the desolate ancient Star Sea had once again become the paradise of the demonic race. Under such circumstances, A human suddenly grasping a star sea gate would touch the bottom line of many great demonic beasts. It was very likely that they would band together. Moreover, obtaining the star sea gate from Lin Feng was also a huge benefit. Under these two factors, it was very likely that the great demons would be more united than before. Obtaining the star sea gate in Lin Feng's hands was also a great convenience for them to open the star tomb. After Lin Feng went to the vast land of infinite wilderness 5 years ago, the demon race had a more intuitive understanding of Lin Feng's strength. While they were more wary of him, they also learned more about Lin Feng, which made it more convenient for them to adjust their position and make plans. Lin Feng's Brontosaurus doppelganger turned back and gently tapped on the star sea gate. A ray of light flew out and landed on the star sea gate. The ray of light connected with the Brontosaurus doppelganger and soon disappeared. The light film at the exit of the star sea gate reappeared, blocking the gate. Just like that, the door was hidden in the void and disappeared without a trace. The gate was still open, but others could not detect its specific location. The ray of light connected with the Brontosaurus doppelganger made it convenient for Lin Feng to return in a very short time after leaving the star sea gate. The desolate ancient star sea was as vast as the universe, and it was a very huge foreign space. At the same time, because of the flow of stars, the internal space was constantly changing, and there was never a moment of stillness. Although it was not as chaotic as the void battlefield, and not as bewitching as the sea of ocean, one could not take it lightly. If he wasn't careful, he might even fall into the trap here. The exit of the Gate of Star Ocean was like a lonely boat floating in the sea, drifting with the waves and changing its position constantly. After arranging everything, Lin Feng's Brontosaurus clone and the God of War clone left and approached the star field with the densest starlight. Not long after Lin Feng left, the starry sky suddenly shook violently. From 3 different directions, a figure of light gathered here, and then stopped at a place far away from each other. They were none other than Heavenly Wolf Great Sage, Cheongqi Great Sage, and Six Horns Great Sage. The Heavenly Wolf Great Saint's scarlet eyes swept across the void. He snorted, and his gaze fell on the area where the starlight was concentrated. He went there. The faces of Great Sage Cheongqi and Six-Horned Great Sage were a little unsightly. That was their original target, especially Cheongqi, who was in an extremely bad mood. He thought he had found a good place, but just as he was about to enter, Heavenly Wolf Great Sage and Six-Horned Great Sage were attracted by him and confronted him on the spot. He couldn't leave even if he wanted to. When they saw him, Heavenly Wolf Great Sage and Six-Horned Great Sage naturally guessed that one of the gates of Star Ocean was in the hands of Golden Rock Great Sage. Heavenly Wolf Great Sage chuckled. I have to admit, I really underestimated Abyssal Thunder Golden Rock. He's quietly stirred up a lot of trouble and even got his hands on a gate of Star Ocean. Cheongqi Great Sage sneered as well. Death Prison, do you think you're the enchantress? From the beginning to the end, you're nothing but a reckless clown in my emperor's eyes. TSK, Wu Qi, have you really been raised by Abyssal Thunder Golden Rock? Heavenly Wolf Great Sage laughed disdainfully. Abyssal Thunder isn't here. No matter how you shout, he can't hear you. Save it. You're making me sick. Who doesn't know that your Cheongqi clan is rebellious by nature? Do you think Abyssal Thunder really trusts you? In his eyes, the most trustworthy ones are the bird-type demons. Cheongqi Great Sage said indifferently, my emperor has the strength to make me submit to him. He has provided me with benefits that move me. What's so strange about me submitting to him now? Do you want me to submit to you, Tianmei's follower? Heavenly Wolf Great Sage grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp, snow-white teeth. He looked extremely ferocious. Ha, Wu Qi, do you really think you're a big shot? Come, come, come. Both of us are at the astral soul fusion realm. Without the 9 glory sky-shattering formation, I can easily beat up 3 to 5 trash like you, even if you have the 9 glory sky-shattering formation. Do you think you're my match one-on-one? Both of you seem to have come into contact with the master of the celestial gate in the cloudy forest realm. The 6-horned great sage, who had been silent since he appeared, suddenly spoke. Hearing his words, Heavenly Wolf Great Sage and Cheongchi Great Sage fell silent for a moment. Then 2 ferocious gazes fell on the 6-horned Great Sage at the same time. The 6-horned Great Sage's words undoubtedly reopened their old scars. The 6-horned Great Sage turned a blind eye to the Heavenly Wolf Great Sage and Cheongchi Great Sage's ferocious gazes. His expression was extremely calm. However, when Heavenly Wolf Great Sage and Cheongchi Great Sage saw his expression, they frowned slightly. He was clearly the weakest among the 3, but the 6-horned Great Sage was the calmest. His gaze was fixed on Lin Feng as he entered the star field. Heavenly Wolf Great Sage frowned. The one in the cloudy forest realm isn't the true body. Although Lin Feng was also the ultimate winner in the cloudy forest realm, the strength he displayed at that time was far less terrifying than it was now. It was so terrifying that even the Heavenly Wolf Great Sage and Cheongchi Great Sage, who had always been arrogant and ferocious, had to avoid him. To put it bluntly, when facing Lin Feng, they had to tuck their tails between their legs. The Divine Land's judgment about Lin Feng had reached the same conclusion in the infinite wilderness vast land. Heavenly Wolf Great Sage and the Enchantress had discussed this more than once. They both believed that the Lin Feng in the cloudy forest realm was most likely just a clone. Cheongchi Great Sage stared at the 6-horned Great Sage. Yun Guang, what are you trying to do? The 6-horned Great Sage was the 6-horned Great Sage's name. The 6-horned Great Sage said indifferently, Shi Tianhao, the disciple of the Mystic Gate's master, killed my grandson. I must avenge him. Heavenly Wolf Great Sage and Cheongchi Great Sage could feel the 6-horned Great Sage's determination. Although the 6-horned Great Sage was the patriarch of the 6-horned Divine Monkey clan and had to act cautiously for the clan's development, some hatred would make people exceptionally stubborn. At the same time, some hatred would make people fight to the death, even if they knew there was a huge gap between them and the other party. Although Heavenly Wolf Great Sage and Cheongchi Great Sage didn't think much of it, they weren't surprised. 5 years ago, when Lin Feng came to the infinite wilderness vast land, the 6-horned Great Sage happened to be away. When he returned to the Spirit Abyss Mountain, Lin Feng had already brought Shi Tianhao back to the Divine Land. Cheongchi Great Sage shook his head. Just now, only 2 of the Mystic Gate's master's clones showed up. It's still unknown whether Shi Tianhao entered the Star Ocean or not. He's here. The 6-horned Great Sage said decisively, I can feel that he came in with 2 of the Mystic Gate's master's clones. When Great Sage Cheongchi heard this, he did not say anything. He knew that the 6-horned Divine Monkey clan had a great innate ability, and that was their sudden inspiration. Their perception was extremely strong, and they could maintain a very strong perception of opponents with higher cultivation levels. He looked at the top of the 6-horned Great Sage's head and saw that one of the 6 sharp horns had been broken. It was Lin Feng's clone that brought Shi Tianhao into the ancient Star Ocean, not his main body. Moreover, the 6-horned Great Sage was extremely persistent in this matter. After consuming his own Qi and Tao essence, he finally found some clues. The Heavenly Wolf Great Sage shook his huge wolf head and said, Then you can go find trouble with the celestial sect of 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 the celestial sect. Cheongchi, great sage, said, "After killing the Mystic Gates master's clone, we won't be able to stop his main body. That's an opponent that only His Majesty, the Enchantress, and the great sage can compete with. His main body can't come over," the six-horned great sage said. The six-horned great sage said, "As long as the three of us join forces and receive the power of the 3 Star Ocean Gates and set up a formation here, we can lock his Star Ocean Gate in a short time. The great Tao of Star Ocean space is mysterious. If the Star Ocean Gate is locked, his main body won't be able to come by sacrificing a clone or a Dharma body. When the time comes, I only want Shi Tianhao. You can have the rest." The six-horned great sage's eyes shone with a fierce light. "His 2 clones are good stuff, not to mention the star domain that's rich in the power of stars. If everything goes well, we can even take the Star Ocean Gate from the Mystic Gate's master." The Heavenly Wolf Great Sage and Cheongchi Great Sage looked at each other. Although they were opponents fighting to the death just a moment ago, the huge benefits placed in front of them at the moment made them temporarily put aside their enmity and join forces to deal with others and Lin Feng. Seeing this, the six-horned Great Sage secretly contacted the Great Sage. After all, to receive the power of the Star Ocean Gate of the Ape Race, the Great Sage had to agree. The six-horned Great Sage had even persuaded the Great Sage to take action personally. The bargaining chips were Lin Feng's Star Ocean Gate and Brontosaurus's clone. For the six-horned Great Sage, his only goal was to kill Shi Tianhao. As for what the Great Sage would do, he couldn't guarantee. The Heavenly Wolf Great Sage and Cheongchi Great Sage naturally wouldn't trust the six-horned Great Sage so easily, so they each contacted others. In addition to receiving the power of the Star Ocean Gate, they also didn't think that the current lineup was enough to kill Lin Feng and his party. At the same time, the few great demons also thought of the problem of the Star Tomb in their hearts. This time, they also had plans in this regard when they joined hands. It's just that the distribution of benefits from the Star Tomb is even harder to coordinate. The few parties all placed the key to breaking out of this predicament on Lin Feng's gate of Star Sea. Or were there other Star Ocean Gates? Opportunities always appeared inadvertently. Act quickly. The Star Ocean Gate of the Mystic Gates master has disappeared. We can only circle a general area and seal it off. The range is limited, said the six-horned Great Sage. As time passes, the Star Ocean Gate will continue to float. The possible area of existence will become larger and larger. It will be difficult to seal it off. At the same time, Lin Feng's Brontosaurus clone and the God of War clone were shuttling between many stars. It's said that compared to other regions, the stars are much denser, but in reality, the distance between the stars is still extremely far. In the process of continuously advancing, Lin Feng also released his divine sense to continuously explore this region. The 10 Cauldron Formation played a key role here, helping Lin Feng to guide the way. As he moved forward, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He stopped and saw a dark void in front of him. Stars were everywhere in the star ocean. The star field Lin Feng was in was even more so. However, the vast universe in front of him was pitch black without a single star. Chapter 9, 81. Facing the pitch-black void before him, the eyes of the Brontosaurus clone lit up. Red, yellow, green, and blue lightning intertwined. In an instant, the red, yellow, and blue colors disappeared, and the entire lightning turned green. The green lightning shuttled through the dark void, but it did not find anything. Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged. He once again activated the 10 Cauldrons Formation and combined the green lightning with the formation's power. This time, the void finally reacted. After a violent tremble, invisible ripples spread out like ripples on water. Bursts of powerful and mysterious energy aura fluctuated in a reserved manner. It was only when the green lightning bolts, which had been reinforced by the power of the 10 Cauldrons formation, came into contact with them did they have a slight reaction. Although the power aura was contained, Lin Feng could still clearly distinguish the vigorous aura. It was the aura of a creation-grade artifact. It was as grand as the sky, like a world of creation. The scene in front of him was still the dark void, but it seemed to have opened up an independent world in the desolate ancient galaxy. It existed on its own and evolved according to its own principles. In the ancient era, the creation-grade artifact, refined by Xia Huang, Ding of Shenzhou, unlike the grand imperial palace's majesty and domineering, and unlike the immortal dragon city's eternal protection, the power aura contained in the creation-grade artifact of the human sovereign made people feel that it was heavy, extremely heavy. It was as if it had condensed the weight of the vast world in the divine land. It was so heavy that it was difficult to calculate. It could suppress the changes of all things and suppress the reversal of the world. Stabilizing divine land. Impressive indeed. Lin Feng was interested. He looked up and down. This Ding of Shenzhou must have unleashed its own power and combined with the galaxy world. Although they are independent, they are closely attached to the desolate ancient galaxy. In this state, Ding of Shenzhou no longer showed its original appearance. It existed in the form of an invisible world. It would take a lot of effort to collect this artifact. Lin Feng's god of war clone tapped the 10 Cauldron formation lightly. The formation floated in the air and approached the world formed by Ding of Shenzhou. When the 10 Cauldron spirit formation came into contact with the domain of that world, the undulations of the domain became more and more obvious. A passageway was faintly discernible. Lin Feng smiled faintly. The passageway in front of him was like an illusion of light and shadow constantly fluctuating. Through this passage that had not yet stabilized, Lin Feng could vaguely see the world created by the Divine Prefecture Cauldron. The environment was different from the desolate ancient star sea. It was similar to the outside world and the vast land of the Divine Prefecture. Mountains and rivers, the alternation of the sun and moon, the vast plains, the vast sea, the great desert. It felt as if they had returned to the divine land. Lin Feng's god of war clone activated the 10 Cauldron formation to stabilize the tunnel while he carefully sensed the flow of spiritual qi. He discovered that the biggest difference between this place and the divine land was that the space here contained a lot of star energy. This must be the result of Ding of Shenzhou being nurtured by the starlight for a long time in the desolate ancient star ocean. Dazzling starlight flickered in the air from time to time. Compared to the desolate ancient star ocean outside, it was gentler and easier to refine. On the other side, Lin Feng's Brontosaurus clone flicked his sleeve. Shi Tianhao, Yu Hongyan, and the others also landed in front of the entrance of this little Kelowna world. In addition, Wang Lin's great demon clone and Zhu Yi's Haoyang clone were also there. Shi Tianhao, Wang Lin, and Zhu Yi also carefully sensed the environment in the little Kelowna world through the domain tunnel and nodded in unison. Shi Tianhao naturally did not need to say much. Wang Lin's great demon clone and Zhu Yi's Haoyang clone were also known for their physical strength. Refining and absorbing the star energy in the desolate ancient star ocean and purifying their bodies was very beneficial to them. Among the others, Yu Hongyan had already cultivated to the middle stage of yuanying, the level of the 9 heavens qi guzzling. At this time, the acupoints of her body opened up and spots of starlight entered her body. She did not enter the little Kelowna world. Just being in the desolate ancient star ocean made her feel that the bottleneck of her recent cultivation was showing signs of loosening. Although Li Yuanfang and Luo Qingwu were not pure martial adepts, they also felt that this was indeed a good place to cultivate. Compared to the environment of Yujing Mountain, each had its own advantages. The starlight in the little Kelowna world is gentler. It is more beneficial for the cultivation of us human cultivators than in the desolate ancient star ocean. Luo Qingwu stared at the tunnel that was gradually stabilizing and said, "We have already experienced the baptism of the primordial starlight once. But now that we are here, it seems that there is a possibility for us to go one step further." Li Yuanfang said, "That is true, but we still need to plan and make appropriate arrangements. We will listen to Master's instructions." Luo Qingwu heard this and nodded repeatedly, but at this moment, Lin Feng's Brontosaurus doppelganger was the first to frown. Then, his god of war doppelganger, Wang Lin's great demon doppelganger, and Shi Tianhao also frowned. Zhu Yi's Haoyang doppelganger also looked back. In the vast sea of stars, 3 huge spots of light suddenly appeared. They were far away from each other, but they shone upon each other, forming a triangle that enveloped the vast starry sky. The power within them caused the entire sea of stars to almost boil. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The power of the Gate of Star Ocean is fluctuating, but it is not the real Gate of Star Ocean. Instead, it seems that someone has received the power within and strengthened themselves. Under the effect of the power of the 3 Gate of Star Ocean, the star sector where Lin Feng and the others were in suddenly fluctuated violently. Near the edge of the triangle, a mass of starlight lit up and gradually revealed a door. It was the Gate of Star Ocean that belonged to Lin Feng. At the same time this Gate of Star Ocean appeared, it slowly closed. The starlight dissipated, leaving only a lonely gate floating in the starry sky. On Jade Capital Mountain in the Divine Land, Lin Feng's main body stopped his cultivation and looked at the domain passage in front of him with a faint smile. Although the entrance on his side was not affected, the exit on the other side had been sealed. Interesting, it should be those 3 just now. After contacting Skirich, Golden Rock, and Heavenly Charm, they used the resonance of the 3 Gate of Star Ocean to seal the gate in my hand in a short period of time. He chuckled. "I just don't know if the Enchantress and the other 2 will come in person." In the desolate ancient sea of star, Lin Feng's god of war doppelganger stretched his neck and said, "Little E, you take over and continue to open this passage." Zhu Yi's Haoyang doppelganger nodded. "Yes, master." Although it was a martial arts doppelganger, it had no problem activating the 10 cauldron formation to continue to open the little Kelowna world. Wang Lin's great devil doppelganger exchanged a smile with Shi Tianhao and followed behind Lin Feng's Brontosaurus doppelganger and god of war doppelganger, flying in the direction of the Gate of Star Ocean. And after casting a spell to seal Lin Feng's Gate of Star in a short period of time, there were also several figures approaching the Gate of Star from 3 different directions. In one direction, 2 figures were walking side by side. One of them was a tall man who was more than 2 meters tall, wearing a black wolfskin cloak. His black hair was draped over his back, his face was rough, and his eyes were blood red. It was the human form of the heavenly wolf great sage. Beside him followed a giant beast. It had the face of a human and the body of a leopard. Its ears were like the ears of a cow, and it only had 1 eye. As it moved forward, it held a long tail in its mouth. It was a Zhu Jian. This demon was also known as the Fat God. It had extraordinary strength and was good at shooting arrows. The arrows it shot were extremely powerful. Those who were hit by it would most likely die. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would suffer from lingering injuries that were almost impossible to heal. they would be crippled for the rest of their lives. The great sage Zhu Jian, who was walking beside the heavenly wolf great sage, was a Zhu Jian who had already gone through the first tribulation. He was extremely powerful, and even the heavenly wolf great sage, who had always been arrogant, was afraid of him. Everyone knew that the heavenly wolf great sage was the #1 warrior under the heavenly charm great sage. However, the heavenly wolf great sage himself knew very well that among the demons under his senior sister's command, the low-key great sage Zhu Jian was his senior sister's trump card. The enchantress had purposely arranged for the great sage Zhu Jian to focus on cultivating in seclusion. It was only in recent years that the enchantress had gradually become famous, and the situation in Tianhuang Wasteland had become more turbulent and unpredictable. The great sage Zhu Jian had gradually come to the forefront. It was only then that the others realized that the hidden forces that the enchantress had been operating for many years were also extraordinary. On the other side, there were also two great demons walking together. One of them had wings on its back and was covered in the fur of a hedgehog. It looked like a cow and a tiger, and its aura was extremely fierce. It was the great sage Qiongqi. The great demon beside him was the complete opposite. It had a noble and proud aura, and its entire body was dark blue. It dragged a gorgeous tail, and its body shone with 5-colored light. It was a peacock, the eyes of the heavenly wolf great sage, and the great sage Zhu Jian flickered slightly when they saw this peacock. In the early years when the Golden Rock great sage had just made a name for himself, there was once a great sage peafowl who called him brother. The two of them were very close and could be said to be friends of life and death. However, as the Golden Rock great sage became more and more famous, the great sage peafowl gradually disappeared, and no one knew his whereabouts. Others thought that the great sage peafowl had gradually drifted apart because of the Golden Rock great sage's ambition, or that the great sage peafowl had died unexpectedly. But today, seeing the great sage peafowl and the great sage Qiongqi walking together, everyone knew clearly that the great sage peafowl and the Golden Rock great sage were still on the same side all these years. The reason why there had been no news of them for so many years was most likely the same as the great sage Zhu Jian's situation. The heavenly wolf great sage's blood-red eyes flashed. He noticed that in addition to the 5-colored light on the great sage peafowl's body, there was also a layer of demonic purple light on his tail feathers. The Golden Rock great sage was willing to share this power, which showed how deep their friendship was. As for the great sage peafowl, just like the Golden Rock great sage, he had already begun his tribulation. There was still only the 6-horned great sage in the third group. The other experts of the ape clan were nowhere to be seen. At this moment, he was looking at the great sage Zhu Jian and the great sage peafowl with cold eyes. Among the subordinates of the enchantress, the heavenly wolf great sage, or the great sage Zhu Jian, it was still debatable who was the second in command. However, the great sage peafowl was definitely the second in the Golden Rock great sage's camp. His status was equivalent to that of the great sage Zhu Yan in the ape clan and the Kunlong king in the dragon clan. Even the great sage Qiongqi, who had mastered the 9 glory sky crumbling formation and possessed extraordinary strength, was ranked behind him. The great sage Zhu Jian and the great sage peafowl had finally come out from behind the scenes. The situation in Infinite Wilderness was becoming more and more delicate. At this moment, everyone's target was the Star Ocean Gate that Lin Feng possessed. Chapter 982. The 6-horned great sage was all alone. Not only did the heavenly wolf great sage, Qiongqi great sage, and the other great demons not look down on him, but they were even more concerned about him. No one would believe that the 6-horned great sage was only after Shi Tianhao. Everyone wanted to obtain the Stargate. Even though everyone was working together, if one side did not have enough strength, it would be impossible to guarantee their own interests. Even Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly upon seeing this. If Zhu Yan Great Sage isn't coming, does that mean the Great Sage will come in person? As he pondered, Lin Feng and the others had already approached the Star Gate and confronted the Heavenly Wolf Great Sage and the other great demons. The Great Sage of the Heavenly Wolf stared at Lin Feng with a pair of blood-red eyes. Without saying anything more, he looked up to the sky and howled. He had already revealed his true form, turning into a huge black wolf as huge as a mountain. He immediately pounced toward the Stargate. Lin Feng's God of War clone stood in front of the Stargate and looked at the Heavenly Wolf Great Sage expressionlessly. He then stepped forward and reached out with both hands, grabbing at the Heavenly Wolf Great Sage. The left hand was above, and the right hand was below. As he reached out, he alternated between the left hand and the right hand. As he opened and closed his fingers, heaven and earth seemed to have been turned upside down. The powerful force was born from the yin and yang life and death formation, and was integrated into martial arts. Facing this force that seemed to be turning heaven and earth upside down, the Heavenly Wolf Great Sage's eyes turned slightly solemn. However, he did not stop and continued to rush forward. A dazzling blood-red light appeared on his mountain-like body and spread out in the starry sky like a boundless ocean of blood. Boundless blood chi rose and dyed the stars in the void with a layer of blood. In the ocean of blood, countless wronged souls, be they humans or demons, were howling together. The ocean of blood kept rolling and shooting beams of demonic light in all directions. They forcibly broke through the fist intent of the God of War clone and pounced at Lin Feng. The God of War clone's expression was still indifferent. The dragon god, heavenly armor on his body, let out a mighty dragon roar. His figure, together with the armor on his body, grew to a height of several thousand zhang. He was no smaller than the Heavenly Wolf Great Sage in his true form. The armor's helmet appeared like a dragon's head. With the helmet on, Lin Feng's God of War clone seemed to have transformed into a dragon-headed giant. The armor's leaves opened and closed. Dragon aura and auspicious clouds covered the sky. He stretched out his hands and grabbed the Heavenly Wolf Great Sage's front paw with one hand, while the giant's head with the other. The bloody mouth was inches away from him, but the divine god of battle completely ignored it. He raised his hand and lifted the wolf's head before he raised his knee and struck the wolf's ribs below its abdomen. Heavenly Wolf Great, Saint roared furiously. Stars emerged from the blood sea around him, flashing with demonic and overbearing blood-red starlight. He flipped his body and dodged the God of War clone's attack. His enormous figure was extremely agile. He kept flickering in the space and changed his position. In the next moment, he had arrived behind the God of War clone and opened his mouth, biting at his neck. The dragon-headed giant's face was covered by a helmet, revealing only a pair of eyes. His eyes flickered with an icy flicker. The originally thick and heavy dragon god, heavenly armor, suddenly changed. Red and yellow light interweaved, transforming into golden light dragons that spiraled around the body. Those golden light dragons suddenly exploded together, turning into thousands of golden light rays that shot in all directions. The golden rays sliced through the air with an incomparably ferocious and powerful attack. The golden rays connected into one and formed a tight defense, wrapping around the clone of the divine god of battle without leaving any gaps. The Heavenly Wolf Great Sage bit down. Although he managed to crush the golden rays, he did not feel good either, as if he had bitten a porcupine. After breaking through the golden rays, the Heavenly Wolf Great Sage made up his mind. He continued to bite at Lin Feng's God of War clone. At the same time, he swiped his front claws forward. However, Lin Feng's God of War clone had already crouched down after being blocked by the golden rays. He dodged the Heavenly Wolf Great Sage's attack and backed off, crashing into the Heavenly Wolf Great Sage's abdomen. He did not even turn around. He bent his elbow and aimed it at the Heavenly Wolf Great Sage's abdomen. Before his elbow made contact with the Heavenly Wolf Great Sage's abdomen, the space between the tip of Lin Feng's elbow and the Heavenly Wolf Great Sage's abdomen was shattered into nothingness. Even the Celestial Wolf Great Sage had no doubt that if he were to be hit in his weak spot, his abdomen would probably be smashed to pieces. The Heavenly Wolf Great Sage let out a shrill howl. Purple light flickered in the depths of his eyes. He abruptly turned around and was once again forced back by Lin Feng. However, he opened his mouth wide and shot out a beam of bloodlight, knocking the God of War clone off balance and forcing him to retreat. The next moment, the Heavenly Wolf Great Sage let out a furious roar. A huge amount of blurry air currents, like a primeval universe, appeared from the ocean of blood around him and gathered together. Everything in the surrounding space was being absorbed. It was as if a primeval universe was rapidly being born inside the air mass. It was the secret art of the beast tribe that shared the same lineage as the enchantress, the little chaotic fetus curse. Once the air mass came into contact with its target, the development of the primeval universe would immediately reverse and return to the primeval state, causing both the target and itself to vanish into thin air. The divine god of battle's clone frowned slightly. He swung his palm down and unleashed the barrier of the heavens. Even though his martial art clone was not as powerful as his main body, he was still able to temporarily seal the Heavenly Wolf Great Sage's little chaotic origin concealment curse. Following this, the divine god of war threw a punch forward and completely shattered the air mass that was stuck in a stagnant state. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Wolf Great Sage pounced forward again. The ocean of blood continued to rumble and break the golden light of the dragon god Heavenly Armor on the divine god of war clone. He then swiped his claw downward, leaving sharp cracks in the void. The cracks were glowing with a blood-red glow. Although the divine god of war clone was not injured, he could feel his strength depleting. He felt weak from blood loss, as if he was injured. Cursed Blood Claw. Isn't this an ability from the book of mixed origin demon art? It's a higher level and originates from the first volume of the Heavenly Path demon art. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. The enchantress has indeed made some progress, but I wonder if it's complete. While having this thought, the divine god of war clone did not back off. He executed a devastating hammer of 4 symbols, causing the sky to change color as he counterattacked the Heavenly Wolf Great Sage. As Lin Feng's divine god of war clone fought against the Heavenly Wolf Great Sage, the others were also engaged in a fierce battle. Brontosaurus's clone targeted the Heavenly Wolf Great Sage and the 9 dazzling sky-shattering formation again. This time, Lin Feng let the Brontosaurus's clone reveal his true form. His demonic aura swept across the sky, suppressing the Heavenly Wolf Great Sage, who was relying on the 9 dazzling sky-shattering formation. Qiongqi's eyes flickered fiercely. He began to weigh the pros and cons, wondering if he should pay a certain price to activate the ultimate transformation of the 9 dazzling sky-shattering formation. Meanwhile, the Peafowl Great Sage, who had come with him, was surrounded by a 5-colored glow. A beam of 5-colored light fell and cut off the yin and yang 4 symbols divine lightning around the Brontosaurus's clone. The Peafowl's 5-colored light ability, it's indeed extraordinary. Although the Peafowl Great Sage had not shown himself for a long time, his talent and the 5-colored light ability were well known throughout the great heaven primordial world. Naturally, Lin Feng knew about it. This ability had the same effect as the Jade Dragon Flame of the Jade Dragon Clan. It was used to break all spells in the world, compared to the Jade Dragon Flame, which could burn like maggots in one's bones and continuously restrict the enemy's magic power. The five-colored light of the Peafowl Great Sage would only take effect for a brief moment. However, the five-colored light of the Peafowl Great Sage was even more domineering than the Jade Dragon Flame in terms of breaking spells instantly. Lin Feng's Brontosaurus clone glanced at the Peafowl Great Sage before turning his attention back to the Heavenly Wolf Great Sage and the 9 dazzling sky-shattering formation. It was not that he was ignoring the Peafowl Great Sage, but he had other means to deal with it. The God of War clone that was fighting with the Heavenly Wolf Great Sage raised his hand and raised a tree branch that was flickering with a dark golden glow. It was the miraculous Shalu tree. It was not used to block the Heavenly Wolf Great Sage's attack, but to stop the Peafowl Great Sage. The miraculous Shalu tree was already a Mahayana-grade artifact, so it could unleash its full power at will. The dark golden glow flickered and immediately blocked the Peafowl Great Sage's five-colored light. Although each beam of five-colored light of the miraculous Shalu tree would cut off a portion of the dark golden glow, the miraculous Shalu tree would soon produce even more dark golden glow, not allowing the Peafowl Great Sage to take a single step forward. The Peafowl Great Sage's expression did not change, but his gaze became solemn. He had successfully overcome the tribulation and was no longer in a weakened state. Even when facing the miraculous Shalu tree, who was at the unity of the Star Soul's realm, the Great Sage's defenses were strong enough to block the attacks of others and even the Jade Dragon Flame, but they could not withstand the Peafowl Great Sage's five-colored light of the Peafowl Great Sage. To be honest, his five-colored light of the miraculous Shalu tree was the one that was least afraid of the enemy's defense. The miraculous Shalu tree's five-colored light was one of the natural nemeses of the miraculous Shalu tree. But at this moment, although the miraculous Shalu tree was at a disadvantage, he could not truly break through its defenses. And this was the result of the miraculous Shalu tree acting alone. Lin Feng's Brontosaurus doppelganger was not adept at controlling artifacts, and the God of War doppelganger was busy fighting the celestial wolf Great Sage. If Lin Feng could divert some of his attention to controlling the miraculous Shalu tree, the miraculous Shalu tree's defenses would be even stronger. Although the Golden Rock Great Sage had mentioned that Lin Feng's artifact was quite extraordinary, the Peafowl Great Sage only realized the profundity of it after personally touching it. The Great Sage Zhu Jian, who had come with the Heavenly Wolf Great Sage, was fighting with Shi Tianhao. Beside Shi Tianhao, there was a broad-edged longsword. The blade of the sword was engraved with ancient runes. Its entire body was pale gold, and it emitted a majestic sword that could shake the heavens and realms. It was none other than the Songtian Dao Jian. After the sword fell into Lin Feng's hands 5 years ago, it finally chose to submit to him. He originally wanted to improve himself, so he sought the sword shadow of the Ninth Heaven sword that Chu Yang possessed. That was why he had clashed with Xianmen Tianzong just now. There was no real ill will between the two. Now that he was teaming up with Shi Tianhao to fight the Great Sage Zhu Jian, the Great Sage could not get close to the Gate of Star Ocean for the time being. On the other side, the six-horned Great Sage saw Shi Tianhao, and his eyes flashed fiercely. He wanted to step forward, but he was blocked by Wang Lin's great devil doppelganger, and could only sigh helplessly. The battle fell into a stalemate for a while, and both sides engaged in a chaotic battle around the Gate of Star Ocean. As Lin Feng fought the enemy, his consciousness was constantly on guard against the Great Sage, the Enchantress, and the Golden Rock Great Sage. Chapter 9, 83. Between the vast sea of stars, waves of powerful magical energy fluctuated one after another. A chaotic battle unfolded around a gate in the sea of stars. The sky darkened, and the blurred boundary between the desolate ancient star ocean and the universe of the boundless thousand worlds became even more fragile. Affected by the mana and divine abilities of Lin Feng and the others, there were even stars that were destroyed together. Great Sage Zhu Jian held his long tail in his mouth and stood up. He raised his left arm in the air, and black light instantly formed a giant bow. He pulled the bowstring with his right claw, and a black light arrow was formed. The tip of the arrow was pointed at Shi Tianhao. Shi Tianhao frowned slightly. His instincts told him that he was in great danger. The black light on the tip of the drawn bow kept swirling like a whirlpool, sucking away all the spirit energy, and starlight around it like a black hole. In the next moment, Great Sage Zhu Jian loosened his right claw, and a dazzling white light burst out from the black hole. The black and white light arrow left the bow. At Great Sage Zhu Jian's level of cultivation, an arrow shot through space and time. The moment the arrow left the bow was the moment it hit its target. Only an opponent whose comprehension of the power of space had reached a certain level could restore the original appearance of the arrow under the influence of the opponent's magical energy. The black and white light arrow shot out. When it reappeared, it was already in between Shi Tianhao and the Great Sage Zhu Jian. It was as if the distance between the Great Sage Zhu Jian's giant bow and this position had never existed. Only at this point did the black and white light arrow reappear. Like a real arrow, it shot toward Shi Tianhao. Even so, the arrow was extremely fast, and it arrived in a blink of an eye. If it were an ordinary opponent, Great Sage Zhu Jian would have killed them with a casual arrow. This was because the opponent would have been shot before they could react. Even Shi Tianhao, who had unleashed all of his power, was in a dangerous situation. The light arrow brushed past his body. If it were someone else's attack, he might have taken it head-on, but Great Sage Zhu Jian's turbid wave demon arrow was something he should avoid. However, Shi Tianhao had never been one to take a beating without retaliating. The power of the Kuan Peng burst forth, transforming into a rock silhouette that increased his speed to the extreme as he rushed toward the Great Sage Zhu Jian. Great Sage Zhu Jian did not mind that he was being closed in on. He held the black light giant bow in his left claw and swung it horizontally, clashing with Shi Tianhao's stone sword. The powerful force repelled Shi Tianhao. His physical strength was also one of the best in the monster clan, not inferior to the ancestral crocodile, and Lu Yuan at the same realm. However, the ancestral crocodile Great Sage and Lu Yuan were only at the star soul unification realm in the past, while he had already begun to experience tribulations. However, ever since he returned from Infinite Wasteland, Shi Tianhao had gone out to train from time to time and stayed on Jade Capital Mountain to cultivate. Compared to the time when his primordial spirit had just been formed, his mystical powers and dermic powers had improved. Even Great Sage Zhu Jian was amazed. If I was still at the Star Soul Unification realm, I probably wouldn't be able to do anything to this kid. Great Sage Zhu Jian's heart trembled. However, he was now a great monster who had just experienced a tribulation, and his mystical powers and demonic powers were extraordinary. Shi Tianhao's primordial spirit incarnation realm was still not enough to fight against him. Especially now that he was in the desolate ancient star ocean, Great Sage Zhu Jian's strength was much stronger than when he was in the outside world. However, Sangtian Dao Jian was also helping from the side, so Great Sage Zhu Jian could not do anything to him. Shi Tianhao and Sangtian Dao Jian did not have it easy either. Great Sage Zhu Jian's turbid wave demon arrow was too insidious. Although it was not to the extent of certain death, one would instantly lose their ability to fight, and their injuries would be difficult to recover. Although Shi Tianhao had the origin divine light, he did not want to test it out easily. Every time great sage Zhu Jian shot an arrow, Shi Tianhao and Song Tiandao Jian would dodge it first. However, great sage Zhu Jian could not get close to the Star Sea Gate. His physical strength was strong, and the demon arrows were terrifying, but his defense was not his forte. Shi Tianhao's fierce attacks and Song Tiandao Jian's attacks were not something great sage Zhu Jian was willing to risk himself. Both sides were fighting. Great sage Zhu Jian's eyes were fixed on Shi Tianhao, and he could not wait to rush over and join forces with great sage Zhu Jian to kill Shi Tianhao to avenge his hatred. However, just as he was distracted, a pitch-black hand had already grabbed him. It was the palm of Wang Lin's great demon incarnation. Black air currents filled the void and enveloped great sage Zhu Jian's body. The great demon incarnation's face was exactly the same as Wang Lin's. There was no expression on its face, but it exuded an extremely evil aura. It was incomparably ferocious, even colder than when Wang Lin himself had reached the netherworld destruction realm. Wang Lin also knew that Shi Tianhao had killed the six-horned divine monkey king in the past. Now that he saw great sage Zhu Jian's appearance, how could he not know that he was going to cause trouble for Shi Tianhao? This made Wang Lin's killing intent rise in his heart. The cold and dangerous aura condensed into a solid form, and the demonic hand that covered the sky slashed toward great sage Zhu Jian's head. Great sage Zhu Jian had no choice but to turn his attention to Wang Lin first. He grinned and revealed his true form, a giant golden ape. He roared and rushed toward Wang Lin's great demon incarnation. Two giant palms, one black and one gold, collided fiercely in midair. Great sage Zhu Jian's body shrank, and he was almost slapped to the ground. When Wang Lin had first obtained the great demon incarnation, he was not at a disadvantage in terms of physical strength when fighting great sage Lu Yuan, and Lu Yuan's physical strength was even stronger than great sage Zhu Jian's. Wang Lin's face was expressionless. This claw of his was created by referencing the Avicii divine claw of the primitive demon sect's secret martial arts technique and combining it with his own Xianmen Tianzong heavenly virtue scripture. Its power was even greater than the Avicii divine claw that he had used when fighting great sage Lu Yuan. The great demon incarnation's terrifying jet-black claw, which could pluck the stars and grab the moon, pinched the giant golden ape's claw in front of him and exerted force. The joints of great sage Zhu Jian's claw cracked, producing a sound like that of a star exploding. The claw of a great demon at the unity of the star and soul realm was about to be crushed by Wang Lin's great demon incarnation. Unlike the battle between Shi Tianhao and great sage Zhu Jian, which had caused Wang Lin to be at a disadvantage due to the geographical environment, Wang Lin's great demon incarnation was refined from the bodies of a Avicii demon statue and many heaven-bearing ants, fused with a large amount of magnetic force. Although it wasn't as powerful as the real demon race in the desolate ancient star ocean, it was still somewhat beneficial. It wouldn't be at a disadvantage due to the environment outside. Great sage Zhu Jian's face was full of anger, and he kept roaring. The 5 horns on his head shone with golden light. One of his horns was broken, and the essence of his blood qi and great Tao had been consumed. He wasn't at his peak. Otherwise, even if he couldn't defeat Wang Lin's great demon incarnation, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. He let out an angry roar as he stared at Wang Lin. A golden ring of light appeared in one of his eyes and began to spin. As the ring of light spun, Wang Lin's huge great demon incarnation gradually shrank. The void around it distorted as if it was about to spin as well. It was sucked into a vortex and pulled into the great sage Zhu Jian's eye. Wang Lin snorted coldly. A half-black, half-white demonic door appeared above his head and opened with a rumble. A complete world appeared. Many things had changed in the past, and the past couldn't be changed. But the present could be grasped, and the future was filled with countless possibilities. This was one of Wang Lin's four symbols: world magic, the ancient and present world. As the door closed, a power that grasped the countless possibilities of the present and future appeared. It was as if it wanted to change the past. Under the suppression of the ancient and present world, it instantly resisted the great sage Zhu Jian's magical arts. Although the great demon incarnation was only a martial arts clone, it could still use all of Wang Lin's magical arts. Although its power was inferior to that of the real Wang Lin, it could still be used wonderfully if used correctly. The great demon incarnation was so powerful that it wasn't easy for the great sage Zhu Jian to capture it. Now that it was suppressed by the ancient and present world, the ring of light could no longer distort space and time. The great demon incarnation's figure stabilized. However, the great sage Zhu Jian took this opportunity to forcibly break free from Wang Lin's netherworld sky-covering claw. Then, instead of retreating, he advanced. Not only did he not retreat, but he also took the initiative to attack. With a fierce roar, one of the five horns on the great sage Zhu Jian's head snapped off. Starlight shone on his body. The star refined by the great sage Zhu Jian fused with the broken horn, turning into a terrifying beam of golden light that slashed viciously at Wang Lin's great demon incarnation. The great demon incarnation expressionlessly raised an arm to block, but it was cut off at the elbow by the golden light. With great difficulty, the great sage Zhu Jian gained the upper hand. He leaped, shaking off Wang Lin's great demon incarnation, and rushed in the direction of Shi Tianhao. But just as he moved, the great demon incarnation's severed arm exploded, turning into thousands of giant ants that pounced on the great demon incarnation. In the next moment, black light surged from the great demon incarnation's severed arm and condensed into a brand new arm, looking as good as new. The great demon incarnation looked at the great sage Zhu Jian expressionlessly. With a flash, he appeared in front of the great sage Zhu Jian again. He clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it down on the great sage Zhu Jian's head. The vigorous fist will almost solidified. The 8 phenomena of heaven, earth, wind, thunder, water, fire, mountain, and lake appeared at the same time, combining with each other. They were constantly fusing with each other, and their power was growing at an almost endless speed. As they grew, they collapsed and disintegrated at the same time, growing to an incomparably terrifying level. The top martial path of the orthodox Xianmen Tianzong, the 8 trigrams sky-collapsing hammer. The 6-horned great sage's heart sank to the bottom. The aura of the great devil avatar in front of him was weaker than before, but he was also in a worse state than before. Most importantly, he had lost the initiative he had gained by cutting off his own horn. No matter how unwilling he was, the great demon incarnation could only stop. Otherwise, the great demon incarnation's punch might blow his head off. As he continued to contend with Wang Lin, the great sage Zhu Jian's anger grew. He threw his head back and let out a long, mournful howl. Suddenly, a long howl rang out in the distance. Beams of golden light flashed, but they did not rush toward the gate of Star Sea. Instead, they rushed in the direction of the little Kelowna world. They were 6-horned divine monkeys, roaring and rushing toward Yu Hongyan, Li Yuanfang, and the others outside the little Kelowna world. The great sage Zhu Jian was trying to distract Lin Feng, Wang Lin, and the others. At the same time, the heavenly wolf sage, the Qiongqi sage, and the other great demons also threw their heads back and howled. Huge blood-eyed black wolves, Qiongqi, and golden-winged rocks appeared in the distant starry sky. They formed groups and rushed toward the little Kelowna world. Chapter 984. A group of demon race suddenly appeared in the distance. They were unable to intervene in the battle at the Gate of Star Sea, so they turned to attack the direction of the little Kelowna world. Wang Lin's great demon doppelganger finally showed some expression. He frowned slightly, and his gaze became colder. Black light flashed on his body. This doppelganger of his was not only powerful, but because it had smelted many carrying ants, it could also split into thousands of units. It could gather and disperse at will. Tens of thousands of Dao soldiers combined into one body, and it could scatter tens of thousands of soldiers. Although splitting out a portion of the carrying ants would weaken the great demon doppelganger's own strength, it could be used to stop the demon race charging towards the little Kelowna world. Third junior brother, don't worry. Zhu Yi's Hao Yang doppelganger did not even turn his head. He continued to focus on stabilizing the passage into the little Kelowna world. Seeing that Wang Lin was about to split out the carrying ants, he immediately transmitted his voice to him. Wang Lin's eyes flickered slightly. He saw that Yu Hongyan and Luo Qingwu had already rushed forward and were fighting with the demon race. And from the moment Lin Feng and the others started fighting with the Heavenly Wolf Great Sage, and the others, Li Yuanfang had already started to set up layers of arrays outside the entrance of the little Kelowna world, and was ready to fight. Facing the enemies pouncing towards him, Li Yuanfang's gaze swept across, and he already knew everything. A primordial true spirit six-horned divine monkey, an undying demon soul realm blood-eyed black wolf, and the rest are also demon king realm. He gently clasped his hands together and shouted in a low voice, "Open!" 3 enormous array diagrams suddenly lit up dazzlingly outside the entrance of the little Kelowna world. They stacked together like a 3-story pagoda. The topmost formation was almost colorless and transparent. The wind whistled within it. It was the 9 heavens astral wind formation that broke through the void to receive the 9 heavens formless astral wind. In the middle layer, there was a mysterious and complicated formation. Thousands of grains of sand spread out. Each sand was black in color, but they were all flashing with a layer of white light. It was a magnificent scene. It was the light dust formation that Li Yuanfang had set up to open the eastern heavenly gate of the river and Luo heavenly gate formation. On the lowest level, there was a spell formation that flashed with pitch black light. It looked ordinary and did not have any power, but one could faintly hear the whistling sound of wind. This was the Black Sea Immortal Trap Array that Li Yuanfang had set up to open the western heavenly gate. Li Yuanfang pushed his closed palms forward, and the 3 arrays gathered together. They actually began to gradually merge. The 9 heavens astral wind formation at the top kept sinking and disappeared into the light dust formation. However, the whistling sound of wind still remained. Slowly, the light dust formation that had engulfed the 9 heavens astral wind formation sank into the Black Sea Immortal Trap Array at the bottom. Then there was no more movement. The Black Sea Immortal Trap Array was still silent, but the dangerous aura within it was getting stronger. Just this scene alone caused the demons that were charging up to shudder slightly at their cultivation level. Even if they were not good at formations, they still had the most basic eyesight. Formations had extremely high requirements for precision. If they were disturbed during the formation, it was very likely that all their previous efforts would be wasted. Adding an extra spirit talisman, an extra formation pattern, or a lack of formation pattern could cause trouble. However, Li Yuanfang's Black Sea Immortal Trap Array had an additional light dust formation that was not inferior in terms of complexity. What was even more shocking was that there was also a 9 heavens astral wind formation inside the light dust formation. The 3 arrays overlapped each other. Not only did they not collapse due to interference, their ferocity was even more terrifying. It was obvious that they were strengthening each other. This made Great Sage Duanqi, who was at the primordial true spirit realm of the six-horned divine monkey clan, frown slightly. It was difficult to set up a formation. There were many restrictions, and it required a lot of time and material resources. However, when the formation was completed and began to play its role, it was never to be underestimated. Not to mention that Li Yuanfang had set up an array within an array, and the three arrays were linked into one. Even Zhu Yi's Hao Yang clone nodded repeatedly when he saw this. After sixth junior brother advanced to the middle stage of yuanying, his strength has gone up another level. In a sense, formation cultivators and martial cultivators of similar strength were each other's nemesis. When the distance was close enough, if the martial cultivator suddenly launched an attack and engaged in close combat, if the formation cultivator did not have a powerful protective treasure, it was possible that he would be severely injured or even killed in an instant. Therefore, when Li Yuanfang was still at the beginning of the foundation establishment stage, Lin Feng gave him the golden elixir period embroidered belt. One of the main functions of the golden elixir period artifact was to use it for defense. Later, after Li Yuanfang reached the core formation stage, Li Yuanfang was given the yuanying period artifact, the blue sky thunder bead, to deal with the problem of Li Yuanfang's lack of offensive ability. Today, these two artifacts were basically useless to Li Yuanfang, and they had already been given to Tan Yunqing as an inheritance artifact. But at the end of the day, when Li Yuanfang faced pure martial cultivators or demons with strong physical strength, he still had to be careful. In a situation where his own formation was not properly set up and prepared, once he was attacked, the consequences would be unimaginable. But on the other hand, if the formation cultivator was allowed to prepare in advance and be on guard, martial cultivators of similar strength were likely to be tortured to death. The characteristic of a martial cultivator that needed to be in close combat would be infinitely turned into a weakness. For example, now that Li Yuanfang had set up the formation in advance, he was already fully prepared. Even Great Sage Duanqi, who was at the primordial true spirit stage, felt a little headache. In particular, the six-horned divine monkey clan's ability to sense danger was extremely strong. He could vaguely sense that in the seemingly calm Black Sea immortal trap formation, there seemed to be a hidden treasure that complemented the formation and increased the power of both. In fact, even so, Great Sage Duanqi was not afraid at all. After all, the difference in cultivation between the two sides was too great. But what he was worried about was Zhu Yi's Hao Yang clone. Although Zhu Yi's Hao Yang clone was quite arrogant and did not respond to the pressure of the army, but only focused on stabilizing the entrance to the little Kelowna world. But now that the entrance was covered by the Black Sea immortal trap formation, it was impossible to see what was inside. Who knew if Zhu Yi's Hao Yang clone was quietly hiding in the formation, ready to attack at any time? But at this moment, the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring and had to be released. Their clan leader was fighting fiercely with Wang Lin and the others, and it was difficult to determine the outcome for a while. They needed to win on their side and break the stalemate. The six-horned divine monkey king that Shi Tianhao had killed was also a blood relative of Great Sage Duanqi, not just of the same clan. With an angry roar, Great Sage Duanqi had already rushed into the Black Sea immortal trap formation. At the same time, Great Sage Xuemain, who led the blood-eyed Black Wolf clan here, also swept up a billowing blood mist and rushed into the formation. The six-horned divine monkey and blood-eyed Black Wolf followed closely behind and entered the formation. Although the golden winged rock was not led by a great sage of the demon clan, it also turned into rays of golden light and rushed into the formation. As soon as they entered the formation, the group of great demons of the Demon King realm felt dizzy and almost lost consciousness. They only felt darkness in front of them, no sound in their ears, and no smell in their mouths and noses. More importantly, their thoughts became sluggish and almost could not operate. But in fact, around their bodies, waves of sharp astral winds had already attacked. Great Sage Duanqi and Shui Main were also affected, but their magical powers and demonic powers were much stronger. They roared in unison and dispersed the black tornadoes around them like nightmares, and even helped their clansmen block many of the 9 heavens' formless astral winds. The group of demons calmed down and continued to rush into the formation. Great Sage Duanqi was expressionless. He revealed his true form and suddenly stretched out his claws, grabbed a sharp horn on his head, and broke it. Roar! Great Sage Duanqi exerted force in his claws, and the broken horn turned into rays of golden light. Then it flickered continuously in the Black Sea Immortal Trap Formation, intertwining with the black tornadoes. Great Sage Duanqi's eyes lit up and shone into the void in front of him. Li Yuanfang's formation suddenly began to shake. But at this moment, relying on the formation that Li Yuanfang had set up, 2 figures directly rushed out of the formation, targeting the group of demons. They were Yu Hongyan and Luo Qinggu. The 7 kills star armor on Yu Hongyan's body flickered with purple light. Wanton and crazy murderous intent and viciousness were all poured into the army destroyer imperial halberd in his hand. In the dark blue halberd, the destructive power that could destroy and destroy everything merged with the murderous intent of the 7 kill star armor that had been condensed to the extreme, forming a violent power that made all the ferocious demons tremble in fear, sweeping away thousands of troops. At this moment, the 7 kill star and the army destroyer imperial halberd in the desolate ancient starry sea were constantly flashing, and their power was continuously added to the 2 magic treasures, as well as to Yu Hongyan. The astral winds of the 4 divisions' divine spear of heaven was displayed. Among the demons present, except for Great Sage Duanqi and Shui Main, most of the other demon kings were injured or killed with just a touch. The enhancement of the desolate ancient starry sea to Yu Hongyan's power was even greater than that of the demon kings, who had not yet achieved the immortal demon soul. On the other side, Luo Qinggu waved her hand, and the pitch-black and cold profound clarity sword fell into her jade-white palm. As she gently waved it, the void suddenly resounded with the sound of landslides and tsunamis. An endless black ocean appeared in front of the demons, turned into roaring black waves, and rushed toward them. The seawater was endless and bone-piercingly cold, as if it could swallow all light. It was the most coldest and darkest of all, exactly the same as the seawater of the Yinyang Sea under Yujing Mountain. However, Luo Qinggu did not bring the water of the Yinyang Sea here, but it was formed by her own magic power. The blade of the profound clarity sword moved, and the violent black waves suddenly condensed. The most coldest and darkest of seawater instantly turned into countless huge black ice swords. The tips of the swords were as big as small mountains, emitting a cold sword aura, and slashed toward the group of demons. Luo Qingwu's 9 vast ocean, sort of the great 4 quadrants, immortal slaying sword shone with a cold light. Because of her own physique, this sword was even more powerful than her sword of wind of shapeless sword. Seeing his own kind of blood-eyed black wolves dying in the hands of Yu Hongyan, and Luo Qinggu, blood-maned great sage, let out a shrill howl, and the blood-red light around his body surged. He rushed forward, and his scarlet eyes were filled with greed and anger. He stared at the 2 girls and said, "You 2 are really good cauldrons." He let out a long howl. "Boys, take them down, and all of you will have a share." The violent howls of the wolves rose and fell, and all the blood-eyed black wolves raised a tsunami-like blood-red wave, pressing down on Yu Hongyan and Luo Qinggu. Chapter 9, 85. The blood-eyed black wolves were one of the branches of the pure-blooded celestial wolves. They had a bad reputation in the great heaven primordial world. Apart from being bloodthirsty and cruel, they were also lecherous and full of aggression. She had been restrained by the heavenly enchantress, Great Sage, but that did not change her nature. Although she knew this, Yu Hongyan's almond-shaped eyes widened as she faced the pack of wolves pouncing on her. Her blood-red sword-like eyebrows suddenly straightened, and her killing intent surged. The army vanquisher, halberd in her hand, drew an arc in the void, and in the next moment, it stabbed out like a bolt of lightning. Its speed was unbelievable, and it had already pierced through the Black Wolf King at the front. Yu Hongyan used the starry lightning spear, and each spear was faster than the last. She killed 2 Black Wolf Kings in a row. At this time, Bloodmane Demon Sage was already in front of her, and he opened his bloody mouth to bite down on her head. Looking at Bloodmane Demon Sage, Yu Hongyan raised her eyebrows, and the anger in her eyes burned even brighter. She changed the starry lightning spear to the thunderbolt spear, and without dodging, she stabbed the spear towards Bloodmane Demon Sage's open mouth. The greenish-black light gathered the majestic power of thunder and lightning and condensed into a thick sky-splitting halberd. If the halberd hit its target, even Great Saint Xuepeng's hill-sized head would be smashed to pieces. These 2 magical treasures of yours can actually refine the power of the 7 Murder Star and the Army Vanquisher Star, respectively. If they are devoured and refined, it will be of great benefit to us. Bloodmane Demon Sage let out a long howl and suddenly turned his neck to avoid Yu Hongyan's spear. His teeth pounced from the side, and he bit the Army Vanquisher halberd. The Army Vanquisher halberd flashed with black light, and thunder exploded. As the spear continued to stab forward, it violently rubbed against Bloodmane Demon Sage's teeth, and electric snakes danced wildly in the air. Holding the spear, Yu Hongyan exhaled and shouted, "Ha!" Her chi and blood surged, and the sound of her blood surging in her veins was like a tsunami. Compared to Xuemane Great Sage, Yu Hongyan's disproportionately small body erupted with an astonishing power like a volcanic eruption. He swung his arms with all his might and directly swung Xuemane Great Sage's mountain-like body upwards like an ant moving a mountain. The halberd shook, and Bloodmane Demon Sage's huge body swayed in the air. The huge force made Bloodmane Demon Sage's teeth ache, and he almost let go. Bloodmane Demon Sage's body? Bloodmane Great Sage was also slightly startled. He did not dare to be careless. The black mane that looked like steel needles all over his body stood up, and a thick blood mist spurted out from them, turning into a sticky sea of blood. The 7-kill star armor on Yu Hongyan's body glowed brighter, and he did not dare to be careless. Rays of purple light, like sharp blades, slashed out in all directions, and turned into a viscous sea of blood. The 7-kill star armor on Yu Hongyan's body glowed brighter, and rays of purple light were like sharp blades that slashed out in all directions, cutting through the attacking spirits. At this time, Li Yuanfang also activated the array. Black tornadoes and condensed 9 heavens phaseless astral gale attacked Bloodmane Demon Sage. The black tornadoes suppressed his psyche, and the 9 heavens phaseless astral gale slashed at his body. In the void, a rusty ancient brass bell loomed in the black tornadoes, ringing indistinctly. It was Li Yuanfang's soul-subduing bell. Li Yuanfang had yet to form his nascent divinity, so the soul-subduing bell's power could not be fully unleashed. However, it complemented the Black Sea immortal trapping array, and its power was extraordinary. Blood-maned demon sage was not the only one affected. The other blood-eyed black wolves around him were also dizzy, and their spirits were unstable. The same was true for the six-horned monkey and golden-winged roc. In such an environment, the golden-winged roc's extreme speed could not be fully unleashed. However, as Li Yuanfang focused all his attention on blood-maned demon sage, Duanqi had an easier time. The golden light stirred the wind and rain, constantly shaking up Li Yuanfang's array. Li Yuanfang sat in the array, his expression cold. His hands were constantly changing hand seals, activating the array, and the soul-subduing bell as he stared at blood-maned demon sage. Zhu Yi's Haoyang doppelganger was still opening the entrance to the little Kelowna world. At this time, he also turned around and looked coldly at blood-maned demon sage and Duanqi inside the array. He stretched out a hand and made a hand seal. An azure dragon shadow appeared in the void, letting out a mighty dragon roar, and coiled around Li Yuanfang's body. With the help of Zhu Yi's dragon ascension technique, Li Yuanfang's head immediately surged with spiritual energy. Gradually, an indistinct giant with 4 faces and 8 arms appeared, looking extremely mighty. As soon as this giant shadow appeared, the power of Li Yuanfang's array became stronger. Luo Qingwu was slightly stunned when she heard blood-maned demon sage's words. Then, a funny expression appeared on her face. "Heh!" Instead, she took a step back. With a thought, a figure appeared next to her. It was a doppelganger that looked exactly like her. The waves of divine sense, aura of magic power, and appearance were exactly the same. The only difference was that the cultivation base was lower by a small realm, which was the early Yuanying realm. Luo Qingwu raised her hand, and the Xianqie sword fell into the hands of her Yin spirit doppelganger. The Yin spirit doppelganger shared her thoughts, and immediately stepped forward with the sword and attacked the group of demons with the 9 Yin vast ocean sword. As the Yin spirit doppelganger's Xianqie sword guided the violent black sea, a dim icy blue sword light lit up, and a pale white brilliance appeared in the Black Sea. The rolling waves suddenly stopped and froze into ice. However, it was not a black glacier, but a pale white glacier. After the 9 Yin vast ocean sword, Luo Qingwu immediately changed her sword momentum to the 10 Earth's absolute Yin sword. The glacier turned into a huge and cold ice sword that swept across the whole area. The group of demons was forced to retreat. Those who could not dodge in time were directly frozen into ice crystals, and in the next moment they turned into dust and disappeared. Luo Qingwu's real self stood at the back, staring at blood-maned demon sage who was fighting with Yu Hongyan. She had a faint smile on her face, which unexpectedly looked a little similar to her master, Lin Feng. She raised her right hand, and a thick bamboo stick appeared in the air. The emerald green bamboo stick was faintly flickering with fire. With a wave of Luo Qingwu's hand, the size of the bamboo stick began to shrink. In the end, it became less than a foot long. When it fell into Luo Qingwu's hand, it looked a little like a sword hilt, except that it didn't have things like a sword body, blade, or chin. Luo Qingwu held the bamboo fire staff of 7 treasures in her right hand and pointed one end in the direction of blood-maned demon sage. Her left hand pinched a sword sign. Quick! At the tip of the bamboo fire staff of 7 treasures, a flame suddenly flashed, and a huge green flame appeared. It was one of the 7 great true fires in the world, Xidagarba, true brilliance. The green flame rapidly condensed at the tip of the bamboo fire staff of 7 treasures and continuously compressed. The throbbing green flames were no longer as active as before. Instead, they seemed to have solidified. From movement to stillness, it was as thick and heavy as the green earth. It was the strongest form of Xidagarba true brilliance. It was the manifestation of extreme condensation. Under Luo Qingwu's control, the The thick and heavy Xidagarba true brilliance gradually turned into the shape of a sword edge, but this sword edge was only a foot long. Luo Qingwu held the bamboo fire staff of 7 treasures, and the green flame sword at the tip of the staff, as if she was holding a short sword that was a foot long. But immediately after, the tip of this green flame sword flashed with different colors, but it was the milky white pure yang true fire. This milky white pure yang true fire continuously condensed at the tip of the sword edge formed by Xidagarba true brilliance, and then extended forward, wearing down the green sword edge of Xidagarba true brilliance. Then it also condensed into a sword edge that was a foot long. The flame sword in Luo Qingwu's hand became 2 feet long. The back half was green, and the front half was milky white with a clear distinction between them. Next, the pure yang true fire also burned, turning into the 3rd sword edge. The dazzling sun divine light continued to condense and compress, finally turning into a pure gold, almost transparent pure sword edge. The first 3 feet of the sword edge condensed quickly, while the 4th sword edge condensed by Nanming Li fire condensed very slowly. It condensed inch by inch, minute by minute, and even condensed bit by bit. Although slow, it was unwavering and finally formed green, milky white, pure gold, with red and blue flashing amidst the golden light. Luo Qingwu used the bamboo fire staff of 7 treasures as the hilt, and the 4 great true fires as the sword edge. The sword tip pointed straight at Shui Pu Sage. Even with the bamboo fire staff of 7 treasures, a sword edge of 4 feet is still very difficult. Luo Qingwu smiled. Then, with a wave of her right hand, she raised the flaming sword in her hand. In the dark void, the sword swayed with a long flame tail and slashed at Shui Pu Sage. That terrifying aura made even Shui Pu Sage, a great demon with an indestructible demon soul, narrow his eyes and change his expression. Luo Qingwu's 7 flaming sky raising sword of the great 4 elephants, immortal slaying swordsmanship, 1 sword with 7 divine blades, using the sword to control the fire, as the sword edge was unsheathed 1 foot at a time. Although it was not as powerful as Xiao Yan's celestial flaming lotus, the power of the sword was still extremely terrifying, especially when Luo Qingwu used the bamboo fire staff of 7 treasures to store the true fire. When she controlled the true fire, she also activated the power of this magical treasure. Under such circumstances, although she was only at the Yuanying stage, the power of the bamboo fire staff of 7 treasures could be exerted to an astonishing level. It was as if a nascent divinity cultivator was controlling it, and it could exert its full power. It was not as flexible as the shapeless sword of wind, nor was it as powerful as the sword of Nining vast ocean, but its pure lethality and explosive power were Luo Qingwu's current strongest killer move. Shui Pu Sage wanted to retreat, but the power of Yu Hongyan's spear edge was getting stronger and stronger, and the terrifying killing intent pressed back at him like an avalanche. At the same time, Li Yuanfang's suppressive power of the formation was activated to the extreme, restricting Shui Pu Sage's demon soul and making it difficult for him to move. The 4-foot-long sky raising sword of 7 flaming sky raising sword fell. Shui Pu Sage could only barely twist his waist to avoid being hit, but his hind legs were still cut by the sword edge. The 4-foot-long sword edge was not even a strand of hair compared to Shui Pu Sage's huge body, but when it reached him, it exploded with a loud bang. Green, milky white, needle-like pure gold, and flashing red and blue gold. Raging flames rose one after another, bringing with them a destructive power. Driven by the sharp sword, they turned into a giant sword that cut off Shui Pu Sage's hind legs and tail. The huge flesh and blood that were cut off was instantly burned into nothingness. Chapter 986. Shui Mang Great Sage was severely injured by Luo Qingwu's Seven Flames sky-raising sword. His true form and indestructible demon soul were both injured, but this also aroused his ferocious nature. Amidst his wild roars, the blood sea that filled the sky suddenly shrank and wrapped around his huge body. His whole body turned into a thin beam of blood light, bypassing Yu Hongyan's body and rushing toward Luo Qingwu, who had injured him. The Seven Flames sky-raising sword just now had almost exhausted the true fire accumulated in the Seven Treasures bamboo fire staff. It had also greatly consumed Luo Qingwu's spiritual power. But facing Shui Mang Great Sage, who was rushing towards her, the purple-robed girl's expression was calm, as usual. She summoned her remaining strength and did not continue to control the sword. Instead, she raised her left palm and placed it in front of her, covering her eyes. The next moment, a black light suddenly lit up on her white and smooth forehead. The black light was so pure, crystal clear, like a clean black ice crystal. The ice crystal was condensed with endless divine markings. The black divine light spread out, and everywhere it passed, all was silent. Since ancient times, there had been people who had comprehended the great Tao of heaven and earth. They had come to a conclusion that the end of the universe and the end of heaven and earth was not a grand event, but it was a silent but irreversible return to eternal darkness. There was no light, no heat. Silently, heaven and earth would perish, and all creation would come to an end. At this moment, the black divine light that shot out from Luo Qingwu's forehead was clearly playing out this terrible silent change. It was the divine light of creation that belonged to Luo Qingwu, the solitary divine light, although because of Luo Qingwu's current cultivation base, the solitary divine light had only just begun to show its extraordinary power, but it had already shown its shocking infinite potential. Shown by the solitary divine light, Shui Mang Great Sage turned into a blood light. Although he did not directly fall into eternal slumber and walk towards nirvana, he was temporarily fixed in midair, revealing his whereabouts. The blood mist around him condensed into blood-red ice crystals, then turned into nothingness and disappeared. But with just a slight pause, Yu Hongyan twisted his waist and spun around, unleashing a ferocious, mighty thunderbolt spear that struck heavily on Blood Mane Sage's back, causing his body to tremble. His blood mist was disintegrated by Luo Qingwu's solitary divine light, and his back was now covered in blood and flesh. Bloodlap's Great Sage roared madly. Disregarding the heavy injuries on his body, he suddenly flipped over and opened his bloody mouth to bite Yu Hongyan. The back half of his body was pinned down by Yu Hongyan's vanquishing imperial halberd, but the front half of his body suddenly turned into a bloody light, and his body suddenly shrank thousands of times, just like an ordinary wild wolf. However, his speed and power did not decrease, but instead increased. In a flash of light, he had already pounced in front of Yu Hongyan, biting towards her neck. At this moment, Blood Mane Sage was putting his life on the line, tearing his own body apart to give Yu Hongyan a fatal blow. In the nick of time, Yu Hongyan tilted her body slightly to the side and let the Blood Mane Great Sage bite her shoulder. The 7 kills star armor surged with light, and a thick, murderous aura turned into purple blades of light, cutting Blood Mane Sage's flesh. But this great demon was also ferocious. He did not yield an inch and did not loosen his bite. The violent power caused the 7 kill star armor to emit a shrill sound. Billowing bloody light blasted towards Yu Hongyan's body through the 7 kill star armor, intending to crush Yu Hongyan to death. Yu Hongyan was expressionless. She could not exert any strength in her right shoulder, which was bitten by Blood Mane Sage. Her right hand was still holding the vanquishing imperial halberd, but her left hand loosened and then suddenly clenched into a fist. she shouted, and her voice was like spring thunder. Her clenched left hand suddenly swung up. The scene in the void suddenly changed. Strong winds howled, and thick thunderclouds seemed to appear above her head. Thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed in the clouds. Then a torrential downpour began. The wind and rain intertwined, sweeping the world. Violent thunderbolts, sharp astral winds, fast lightning, and dense torrential rain poured down in an instant, directly smashing the void, turning into earth, water, fire, and wind that went berserk at the same time. Endless power was born, and then collapsed. Lin Feng's direct disciple, the four guardians' heaven-opening scripture, had activated the 8 trigrams sky collapsing hammer, the four guardians' world annihilation hammer. Yu Hongyan's left fist smashed down with the power to collapse the sky. Heaven and earth within a radius of thousands of miles trembled, and this punch was about to shatter the void of the universe. The jade-white fist smashed on Bloodmane Sage's head, directly smashing the wolf tribe Great Sage's skull into a pulp. Red and white matter exploded everywhere. Ow! Bloodmane Sage's miserable howl was stifled in his mouth. His skull was completely smashed. The shame of being killed by a few Yuanying stage cultivators and the fear and regret of death mixed together, causing his demon soul, which was already on the verge of shattering, to tremble violently. Summoning the last of his strength, Bloodmane Sage's true form exploded, turning into a mist of blood. Under the control of his demon soul, it formed a sharp blood arrow and directly pierced through Yu Hongyan's shoulder. Even the 7 Killstar armor was pierced, and Yu Hongyan was also sent flying. The blood arrow pierced through Yu Hongyan's shoulder and rushed out from the back of her shoulder blade, shooting into the distance. Bloodmane Sage no longer sought revenge, but only hoped to escape. He had an indestructible demon soul, although his physical body was destroyed, and his injuries were so serious that he was on the verge of death. If he could be treated in time, there might be a chance to save his life. Even if his strength was greatly reduced, there was still hope. However, several black tornadoes suddenly fell from the Black Sea immortal trapping formation and immediately fixed his remnant soul in place. Although her face was pale, Yu Hongyan pursed her lips and did not make a sound. Completely ignoring her injuries, she switched the Army Vanquisher halberd to her left hand and swung it in a domineering arc, turning around and completely smashing Bloodmane Sage's remnant soul. No, Bloodmane Sage's demon soul let out a miserable howl, but he could only watch helplessly as his soul was destroyed and his bones were destroyed. A demon race great sage, who had an indestructible demon soul, was killed just like that. As Yu Hongyan's halberd slashed out, her body trembled, and blood spurted out from the wound on her right shoulder, turning into a blazing heat wave that spread out in all directions. For a martial adept like her, a damaged physical body and blood loss was a very serious problem. If not treated in time, it would hurt her foundation. However, at this time, Luo Qingwu had already quickly arrived in front of her. Her right hand formed a sword sign, and the index and middle fingers of her left hand formed a sword. A bright, yellow sword light extended from her fingertips. Although it was a 3-foot sword, it did not have the slightest murderous aura. Instead, it was full of vitality. Luo Qingwu waved the bright sword light in her left hand, and the tip of the sword pointed straight at Yu Hongyan's wound, stabbing it. Yu Hongyan closed his eyes and stood still, letting Luo Qingwu's sword light stab him. Moreover, Luo Qingwu's sword light did not cause any more injuries to her. Wherever the bright yellow sword light reached, the wound on Yu Hongyan's right shoulder began to heal rapidly. Her blood vessels, muscles, and bones were all healed, and vigorous vitality was restored. Luo Qingwu's great 4-elephant immortal slaying sword, the Earth Origin Living Spirit Sword. This sword nurtured all living beings, and infinite vitality was at the tip of the sword. This sword took the essence of the vast earth and turned it into its own sword will. It then refined the central earth divine light in the living soil into the precious light of the earth origin living spirit sword. It could nurture life and catalyze vitality with the help of Luo Qingwu's earth origin living spirit sword. Although Yu Hongyan's body was still a little weak, his injuries were no longer a problem. However, at this time, the formation that Li Yuanfang had set up was shaking more and more violently, and it looked like it was about to be torn apart by great sage Duanqi. The other blood-eyed black wolves were blocked by Luo Qingwu's in-spirit doppelganger, while the six-horned celestial monkey and the golden rock were also constantly attacking the formation, approaching the entrance of Little Kelowna World. On the other hand, great sage Duanqi broke through the obstruction of the black nightmare hurricane and the nine heavens astral gale, and arrived in front of Yu Hongyan and Luo Qingwu. His huge golden claws were grabbing at their heads. Zhu Yi's Hao Yang doppelganger frowned slightly and turned to look at great sage Duanqi in the formation. At this time, Zhu Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he lifted his head to look in another direction. He saw a few white, cloud-like auras descending from the starry sky in the distance, landing at the entrance of Little Kelowna World. A voice was heard, this aura and power. Could it be Ding of Shenzhou? At the same time, on the other side, a strong wave of magical power came from the battlefield surrounding the gate of Star Sea. In the starry sky, white clouds suddenly rushed out, as vast as the sea, drowning the universe. Among the white clouds, two figures appeared. One was a white-robed old man with snow-white hair, and the other was a calm middle-aged man. However, the appearance of these two people caused everyone present to raise their eyebrows. The Grand Supreme Elder of Taishu Temple, Shoichi Dashin, and Xianlin Taoist. Shoichi Dashin stretched out his palm, and his fingers opened and closed, grabbing the gate of Star Sea. However, after touching the gate of Star Sea and feeling the energy wave within, Shoichi Dashin frowned slightly. It's not an ownerless gate of Star Sea. It's already under someone's control. This feeling isn't the demonic power of the demon race, but the magical power of a human cultivator. He turned to look at Lin Feng's god of war and Brontosaurus doppelganger, who were fighting with Heavenly Wolf Great Sage and Qiongqi Great Sage. No wonder Xianmen Tianzong's people would appear here. They actually have a gate of Star Sea in their hands. At this time, a roar suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. Let go! A huge black shadow rushed out from the side, and a huge claw that covered the sky also grabbed towards the gate of Star Sea. It was a huge black ape with scarlet eyes. It didn't make any moves, but its majestic demonic power seemed to have the power to pierce through the heavens and the earth. It was a heaven-reaching demonic ape in the Dharma-ending realm, the current clan leader of the primordial demonic ape clan, the Great Sage. Shoichi Dashin's eyes narrowed slightly, and his left hand formed a seal, and 6 colorful halos appeared in front of him. The 6 halos were different from each other, and the scenes within them were also different. It was like 6 independent small worlds, and the power of the 6 worlds blessed Shoichi Dashin at the same time, turning into rays of divine light. The 7 heavens of Taishu realm, harmonious 6 divine armor ritual. Shoichi Dashin grabbed the gate of Star Sea with his right hand, and his left palm struck out, colliding with the huge claw of the Great Sage. The void at the point of contact was suddenly squeezed and exploded, and the star projections of the universe of the boundless universe in this Star Sea shattered into pieces, and even the real stars in the boundless universe turned into dust. The Great Sage bared his teeth, and his violent chi and demonic power vibrated together. His body kept expanding, becoming bigger and bigger, and he began to show his true form. Chapter 987. The omnipotent sage revealed his true form. and the powerful force that could tear the heavens and the earth with a wave of his hand caused the sea of stars around him to tremble. Even the little Kelowna world in the distance shook slightly. Lin Feng looked at the great sage and nodded. The heaven-reaching demon ape lives up to its name. As one of the rare heaven-reaching demon apes that could compete with the dragon, elephant, tortoise, and ant races in terms of physical strength, the power that the great sage displayed was not inferior to the Kuan Dragon King at all. Apart from his physical strength, the violent waves of demonic power from his divine abilities were even vaguely stronger. Even after the monkey revealed his true form, his indestructible defense might be a notch higher, but in terms of pure strength, he still couldn't beat the omnipotent sage, unless he used his ever-changing supernatural power to transform into the omnipotent demonic ape. Apart from the time when Ji Huang Xinyuan led the extreme spiritual divine monkey to rise, and led the primordial demon ape race to dominate Tianhuang, the heaven-reaching demon apes had always been the strongest race among the primordial demon apes. In the Archean epoch, and after Ji Huang Xinyuan's death, the heaven-reaching demon apes had always been the leader of the primordial demon apes. Not including the monkey that acted alone and did whatever he wanted, the great sage was the strongest among the primordial demon apes. Shoichi Dashin looked at the great sage with a calm expression. Yin-Yang Elder, Supreme Drum Deity, thank you for your hard work. The void Yin-Yang bell and the supreme array-breaking drum appeared at the same time. A large amount of black and white air currents circled around one body, while a dazzling golden light flashed around the other body. With a buzz, the void Yin-Yang bell seemed to be formed by countless folds of the void. At this moment, it expanded continuously, as if a world that had been compressed to the extreme had suddenly returned to its original state. The layers of space and the world in the galaxy kept colliding and pressing against each other, but it did not seem intense. Instead, there was a sense of balance and harmony within it. The black and white yin and yang air currents also turned into rolling clouds, circling around the edge of the space. On the other side, the supreme formation breaking drum transformed into a beam of golden light and rushed into the billowing clouds, adding a layer of golden splendor to the vast world formed by the void Yin-Yang bell. The golden radiance fused with the constantly expanding folded space, first turning into a foundation, then the ground, then pillars, beams, tiles, doors, and windows. Finally, it condensed into an incomparably majestic golden palace. White auspicious clouds supported the majestic palace formed by the world, which was so huge that it couldn't be any bigger. The chanting of countless immortals and Buddhas came from the palace, as if a holy kingdom had descended into the desolate ancient star sea, and endless light shone on the universe. It was the creation treasure, the Taishu Temple. Ripples of light spread out from the palace, as if they were going to turn the entire star ocean world into their courtyard. In the blink of an eye, Shoichi Dashin's left hand seal changed once again. Between his fingers and palm, white clouds swirled and golden light flashed. Amidst the white clouds and golden light, there seemed to be an uncountable number of figures singing together. It was as if he was holding up a mystical world with immortal music lingering in his palm. It was like a holy fairyland, a supreme celestial kingdom that made people yearn for it. The 8 heavens of Taishu realm, Shun Tianyao celestial realm. The Taishu temple had also shed its original shape and completely turned into a creation world. From the outside, it looked like a giant golden egg surrounded by white gas. Within the creation world, thousands of figures flashed, as if thousands of immortals and Buddhas had condensed into their true form. The concept of power was similar to Shin Tianyao's celestial realm, but it was different, turning into a boundlessly mysterious pure land of God Kingdom. Endless characters of the great Tao appeared and turned into streams of light. Each stream of light was formed by billions of talismans and formations. Shoichi Dashin's Shun Tianyao was enhanced by the celestial realm, making its power more profound and grand, blocking the great sage, making it impossible for him to take a step forward. Since the start of the war, the most shocking and destructive collision had begun. Majestic mana and demonic power clashed, causing the entire star ocean to tremble and shake. In the dark starry sky, splendor flowed, and a meteor shower erupted, dazzling, as if stars were falling to the ground. Lin Feng looked at this scene and smiled. Famous people live up to their reputation. They all have their ways. His gaze fell on Shoichi Dashin's left hand, which was holding the Star Ocean Gate, and he could not help but shake his head and laugh. Yet another person who thought that by sealing the Star Ocean Gate, he could stop his real body from descending, but he did not know that he could use the void technique of the two realms to swap places with his real body at any time. It was just that Lin Feng's real body was cultivating mystic arts and did not want to be distracted, so he let his avatar and disciples fight with the heavenly wolf great sage and the other demons, and he could also use these demon experts to train his disciples. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that the enchantress, the great sage, and the golden rock great sage had not appeared before. Now, although the great sage had appeared, the cultivators of Taishu Temple had also come, so Lin Feng was not in a hurry to descend with his real body. Instead, he watched the battle between the great sage and Shoichi Dashin with interest. The dragon race, ape race, heaven enchantment, and golden rock all have a gate of the Sea of Stars in their hands. Including mine, there are already 5 gates of the Sea of Stars. Could I have guessed wrongly before? And Yudu doesn't have a gate of the Sea of Stars, and the last one has always been in the hands of the Great Void Temple. Lin Feng thought about it and shook his head slightly. That shouldn't be the case. I can't feel the magic power of the Star Ocean Gate resonating. While Shoichi Dashin and the great sage were fighting, Xianlin Taoist was not idle. His gaze swept across Great Sage Pifao, Heavenly Wolf Great Sage Zhu Jian, Great Sage Qiongqi, and the Six-Horned Great Sage. He was not in a hurry to make a move. To Taishu Temple, Xianmen Tianzong, and the demons were both injured and exhausted, which was what they were most happy to see. However, although Xianlin Taoist did not make a move, just standing there was enough to distract Heavenly Wolf Great Sage and the other great demons. However, Shi Tianhao and the others frowned slightly as they were stared at by his eyes that seemed to be filled with a myriad of emotions, but also seemed to be empty. In the current battle situation, Lin Feng's Brontosaurus clone had a slight upper hand against Great Sage Qiongqi's 9 luminaries sky-shattering formation. The God of War clone was exchanging blows with Heavenly Wolf Great Sage, and it was more or less a draw. The other aspects of the battle were not in Xianmen Tianzong's favor. The Six-Horned Great Sage ignored Shi Tianhao and focused on dealing with Wang Lin's Great Demon clone. It was basically a draw, but the Six-Horned Great Sage had a slight upper hand. Shalom Wondrous Tree was fighting Great Sage Pifao, and Shi Tianhao and Songtian Dao Jian were fighting Great Sage Zhu Jian. Xianmen Tianzong's side was at a disadvantage. Although the advantages and disadvantages were gradually becoming obvious, it was not something that could be done in a short time for those who had the advantage to turn it into a victory. Under such circumstances, Xianlin Taoist's existence became conspicuous, and he could become the key to victory at any time. Xianlin Taoist's face was expressionless as he stood calmly in the void, his eyes silently watching Xianmen Tianzong and the others. His eyes flickered slightly as he took advantage of this rare opportunity to observe the magical powers of Xianmen Tianzong and the others. After Lin Feng's God of War clone dodged a round of attacks from Heavenly Wolf Great Sage, he looked at Shoichi Dashin and Xianlin Taoist with a smile and shook his head. Even if he did not come in person, his means were not limited to this. Lin Feng had never liked to pin his hopes on others to win. A spot of light suddenly flashed between the God of War clone's eyebrows and flew out. It then spread out in the starry sky and turned into a huge formation that covered all directions. It was the yin and yang life and death formation. It was not a formation formed by Lin Feng's transcendence energy, but the real yin and yang life and death formation. It was one of the few powerful formations in the divine land. The 6 paths of reincarnation almost directly constructed a whole new world. Boundless radiance kept expanding in all directions. Shoichi Daishin controlled the Taishu Temple and clashed head-on with the great sage. Sparks flew everywhere, and the sea of stars turned upside down. The battle was so intense that Shoichi Daishin had to temporarily open the gate of the sea of stars. At this moment, the radiance of the yin and yang life and death formation rolled over. When Shoichi Daishin saw it, his snow-white long eyebrows twitched slightly. This formation of his can move at will. It is indeed a little tricky. When the great sage Zhu Jian, the great sage Peafowl, and the 6-horned great sage saw this, their hearts tightened slightly. The great sage, Heavenly Wolf, almost cursed out loud. One was the Jade Capital Mountain, and the other was the yin and yang life and death formation. Both could move at will. When Lin Feng showed this formation, he was clearly bullying them because they could not move their own protective formations into the desolate ancient sea of stars. That's right. After breaking through Mount Shu, he obtained an even fiercer sword formation. It seems like it can move as well. When they thought of this, whether it was Shoichi Daishin, the Xianlin Taoist, or the great demons, they all frowned. Great sage Qiongqi stared at the unfolding yin and yang life and death formation. His 9 lights sky collapsing formation was also one of the few powerful formations that could move at will. In terms of quality, it could compete with the yin and yang life and death formation. However, although the 9 lights sky collapsing formation was complete and of extraordinary quality, it lacked the core treasure that could suppress the formation. It was not like Lin Feng's yin and yang life and death formation, which had 49 yin and yang dust as its core. Great sage Qiongqi's magical power and demon power were not as strong as the Brontosaurus's doppelganger, and the doppelganger of the God of War. If he were to fight the yin and yang life and death formation, it would be a waste of the 9 lights sky collapsing formation. Within the yin and yang life and death formation, a vast mist of light could be vaguely seen. It seemed that there were 49 small light spots that formed a wonderful formation. They flashed together. And in the next moment, it was as vast as the boundless universe, filled with the mysterious concept of creating all living beings. Heaven and earth, life and death, yin and yang, eternity and instant, void and reality, light and darkness, the 6 transformations unfolded at the same time. Endless radiance spread in all directions, turning into an overwhelming barrier that swept toward the great sage, Heavenly Wolf. Helpless, the great sage, Heavenly Wolf's eyes flickered with purple light. He quickly turned into a dazzling purple light and fled in the direction of the great sage Zhu Jian. The great sage Zhu Jian forced Shi Tianhao and Song Tiandao Jian to retreat. Looking at the ferocious yin and yang life and death formation, his face became unprecedentedly solemn. He patted the back of his spine, and in a flash of black light, a big bow made of white bones appeared in his hand. A dark red line of blood shot out and fell on the big bow. The great sage Zhu Jian swiped his hand and created a blood arrow. He knocked the arrow on the big white bone bow and aimed it at the yin and yang life and death formation. The great sage Zhu Jian's demon power and aura instantly became much weaker, but the evil qi contained in the bone bow and blood arrow was unprecedentedly soul-stirring and terrifying. Chapter 988. The great sage Zhu Jian let out a deep roar and loosened his grip. The blood arrow turned into a beam of blood-red light and shot out, disappearing in the void in the blink of an eye. The next time it appeared, it had already landed on the yin and yang life and death formation. At the same time, the great sage Heavenly Wolf also exerted his full strength. The blood-red stars around him surged together, and a layer of demonic purple light appeared on the blood-red stars. The purple light illuminated the starry sky, dyeing all the stars in the sky purple. As the light flickered, it flew toward the yin and yang life and death formation. In the purple starry sky, the trajectories and rules of the stars' movements became completely chaotic and untraceable. As the stars changed from orderly to disorderly, it seemed to affect the operation of the yin and yang life and death formation, causing it to slip out of control. At this time, the great sage Zhu Jian's blood arrow arrived. As soon as it touched the huge light curtain formed by the yin and yang life and death formation, it exploded and turned into a huge vortex of demonic power. It kept spinning and stirring the huge formation, as if it was going to swallow the yin and yang life and death formation. The yin and yang life and death formation slowed down slightly, but the powerful formation began to crush the chaotic starry sky and the blood arrow vortex. However, the great sage Zhu Jian and the great sage Heavenly Wolf took this opportunity to flee. As soon as the great sage Heavenly Wolf moved, a tall figure covered in thick dragon scale armor suddenly rushed in front of him and punched his head. "You've gone too far." The great sage Heavenly Wolf was furious, but after glancing at the yin and yang life and death formation, he did not fight back. Instead, he dodged the punch from Lin Feng's God of War clone and continued to flee. Lin Feng said in an indifferent tone, "I'm bullying you. What are you going to do about it?" In addition to his powerful physical strength, his God of War clone's subtle changes in martial arts were also top-notch. When his punch missed, his momentum immediately changed. He spread his fingers and changed his fist into a claw, grabbing at the great sage Heavenly Wolf's face. The Heavenly Wolf great sage was unable to dodge this time. He tilted his head slightly, but his right eye was still scratched by the clone of the God of War. The Heavenly Wolf great sage closed his eyes in time. Although his eyelids were also very thin, as long as he closed his eyes, ordinary nascent divinity cultivators and great demons with undying demon souls might not be able to hurt his eyeballs. However, his opponent was Lin Feng's clone of the divine god of battle. The thumb, ring finger, and little finger of the great sage of Heavenly Wolf were outside his eye sockets, but the index finger and the middle finger were directly inside his eye sockets. The Heavenly Wolf martial sage uttered a cry of agony. His body shuddered violently, knocking the clone of the divine god of battle back. However, the clone was the first to retreat. He bent his index and middle fingers into a hook and grabbed one of the Heavenly Wolf martial sage's blood-red eyeballs out. "Lin, charge!" The Heavenly Wolf martial sage glared fiercely at Lin Feng. However, when he saw the yin and yang life and death formation that had been activated again, he did not dare to stay any longer and fled into the distance while howling miserably. The sea of blood on his body surged. The purple and blood-red demonic lights flickered at the same time. These lights merged with the body of the Heavenly Wolf martial sage. He suddenly leaped forward and swept up the Zhu Jian martial sage, flying into the distance without looking back. After the arrow, the Zhu Jian martial sage was almost exhausted. However, he still drew his bow and fired another turbid wave demonic arrow to stop the divine god of battle's pursuit. On the other side, the huge light wave of the yin and yang life and death formation destroyed the chaotic starry sky and the vortex of blood arrows that were blocking its way. Then it expanded again. As the light swept across, the Heavenly Wolf martial sage and the Zhu Jian martial sage fled in panic. The heavenly wolf martial sage did not even have time to look after his clansmen at the entrance of the little Kelowna world. As soon as the heavenly wolf martial sage and the Zhu Jian martial sage fled, the united front of the demon race immediately collapsed. What made the situation worse was that Lin Feng's divine god of battle, as well as Shi Tianhao and Sang Tiandao Jian, were all freed. The situation of the battle had been completely reversed. Seeing this, Qiongqi and Pifao martial sage had no choice but to retreat. If they did not leave immediately, the yin and yang life and death formation would turn to them if they hesitated for even a moment. Pifao martial sage suppressed the wondrous Shaluo and took the initiative. He could attack or retreat at will. He quickly forced the wondrous Shaluo to retreat again and flew to the battlefield where Lin Feng's Brontosaurus martial sage and Qiongqi martial sage were fighting. Magnificent and domineering five-colored lights fell and wiped out the yin and yang four symbols thunderbolts released by the Brontosaurus martial sage. Qiongqi martial sage also took the opportunity to launch the strongest transformation of the 9 luminaries sky-shattering formation, the 9 luminaries above, and finally cooperated with Pifao martial sage from the inside. With Pifao martial sage's support, they broke out of the encirclement and fled far away. Finally, they were not intercepted by the yin and yang life and death formation. But the six-horned great sage was miserable. He wanted to escape, but he was entangled by Wang Lin's great devil doppelganger, who was not afraid of paying the price of injury. Moreover, he was the weakest among the demon race, so it was too late for him to escape. He could only watch helplessly as the yin and yang life and death formation devoured him. "Save me, clan leader!" The six-horned great sage screamed miserably and disappeared in the brilliance of the yin and yang life and death formation. The demon force in the formation fluctuated violently, and golden light shone everywhere. But soon it gradually dimmed. The great sage's pupils shrank slightly. He brazenly pushed back Shoichi Daishin and Taishu Temple and rushed in the direction of the yin and yang life and death formation. The six-horned divine monkey was not of the same race as him, but as the current clan leader of the primordial demonic ape clan and the common lord of all the demon monkey clans, he naturally had to protect the other ape clans. Just like in the Middle Era, when the clan leader of the Zhuyan demonic ape clan was killed by Mount Shu, other ape clans could ignore it except for the Zhuyan demonic ape clan. But Jihuang Xinyuan fought his way to Mount Shu, looking at the great sage and the yin and yang life and death formation. Shoichi Daishin did not chase after them. Instead, he reached out again to grab the gate of the Sea of Stars floating in the void. But Lin Feng's war god doppelganger and Shi Tianhao had arrived in front of the gate of the Sea of Stars at this moment. The master and disciple were looking at Shoichi Daishin and Taishu Temple with a faint smile. Just the two of them could not stop Shoichi Daishin from taking the gate of the Sea of Stars. But the war god doppelganger turned around and elbowed the closed gate of the Sea of Stars again. Shoichi Daishin could only stop in silence. On the other side, Brontosaurus's doppelganger was guarding the side of the yin and yang life and death formation, blocking the attack of the great sage together with the formation. Brontosaurus's doppelganger was sent flying backward. All the lightning in the sky scattered, and the yin and yang life and death formation also shook. But in the end, it was not broken by the great sage. In the yin and yang life and death formation, endless light squeezed together. The majestic force of the reversal of two poles was enough to overturn heaven and earth, causing the six-horned great sage to howl in pain. The remaining sharp horns on his head broke off one by one, turning into rays of golden light dancing in the air. But they were all crushed by the yin and yang life and death formation. The formation was like a terrifying giant millstone, squeezing the six-horned great sage in the middle. First his flesh and blood, then his indestructible demon soul, were all destroyed. Accompanied by a deafening howl, the six-horned great sage, who was in the unity of the stars and soul's realm, was killed by the yin and yang life and death formation. Sensing that the six-horned great sage's demon power and divine sense aura were gradually disappearing, the light in the great sage's scarlet eyes became even more terrifying. Violent and cold-killing intent almost filled half of the Sea of Stars. He looked back at the reopened gate of the Sea of Stars, then at Lin Feng's Brontosaurus doppelganger, the yin and yang life and death formation, and Shoichi Dashin and Taishu Temple. In the end, he did not continue to fight to the death. He jumped and left the starry sky. But before leaving, the great sage snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, he directly blew up a star projection and disturbed the flow of spiritual chi in the entire Sea of Stars. The broken starlight merged with the rampaging spiritual chi in the Sea of Stars and turned into a terrible torrent, blasting toward the entrance of the Little Kelowna world. At the entrance of the Little Kelowna world, the great sage Duanqi was in big trouble. After breaking through the formation of Li Yuanfang with great difficulty, he saw a tall figure with his back to him had completely opened up a space channel. After the space channel was opened, the tall figure directly turned around and stepped in front of him without saying anything, blocking his attack on Yu Hongyan, Li Yuanfang, and Luo Qinggu. Then he hit them with his palm. 3 enclosures, divine palm. Heavenly enclosures, divine palm. As the palm hit down, endless starlight shone. The power of the Astro Sovereign's martial arts in the Sea of Stars was far greater than that of the outside world. The great sage Duanqi raised his arms and collided head-on with Zhu Yi's Haoyang clone. Immediately he was knocked back. Zhu Yi's Haoyang clone did not chase after him. Instead, he raised his head and looked up. There were a few white clouds falling down, and there were many figures standing between them. Zhu Yi did not care about the others, but the one in front was a middle-aged man with a peaceful expression. His clothes were made of the void, and the white clouds were his lapels. He was an expert of the Tao integration realm. Although Zhu Yi had never met him before, he could tell that he was a direct disciple of the White Cloud Mountain. The person who came was a member of the Grand Elders of the Taishu Temple, Kai Fengzhou. At this moment, when he looked at the Little Kelowna world, a strange expression appeared on his face. This is actually Ding of Shenzhou. Originally, I was just attracted by the battle here. I never thought that I would get to see this treasure. Although the people behind him had not reached the primordial spirit realm, they were all direct disciples of the Taishu Temple and had seen many things. When they heard Kai Fengzhou mention the name Ding of Shenzhou, they all looked shocked. Kai Fengzhou withdrew his gaze, and his eyes fell on Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi looked at him calmly. On the other side, the great sage Duanqi did not know whether to advance or retreat. The entrance to the Little Kelowna world suddenly fell into a strange stalemate. Soon, the yin and yang life and death formation appeared and quickly broke the balance of the battle in the distance. When great sage Duanqi saw that the six-horned great sage was engulfed by the yin and yang life and death formation, and that the great sage could not rescue him, he immediately lost all hope and hurriedly led the six-horned divine monkeys under his command to flee into the distance. Seeing that great sage Qiongqi and great sage Peafowl had retreated, the golden-winged giant rocks also flapped their wings and fled. The blood-eyed black wolves had previously besieged Luo Qinggu and Yu Hongyan with great sage Xuemain, but they still suffered heavy losses. It was extremely difficult for them to escape now. Zhu Yi and Kai Fengzhou frowned at the same time and reached out to stop great sage Duanqi. But at this moment, the great sage unleashed a wild wave that surged to the entrance to the Little Kelowna world like a stormy sea. The eyes of Zhu Yi's Haoyang doppelganger flashed. He no longer cared about dealing with the demon race. His supernatural power retracted and released, sweeping up Yu Hongyan, Li Yuanfang, and Luo Qinggu. Then, he rushed straight into the domain passage. Kai Fengzhou did the same, sweeping up the disciples of the Taishu temple behind him and entering the domain passage together. The terrifying torrent of starlight spiritual qi suddenly rushed into the little Kelowna world, causing the whole world to shake violently. The blood-eyed black wolves, the six-horned divine monkeys, and the golden-winged giant rocks, who could not escape in time, were also affected and rushed into the little Kelowna world. Under the impact of the torrent, the little Kelowna world shook with a loud bang. The seemingly invisible world began to change. Layers of space began to fold, and an extremely heavy light emerged. The light solidified like the vast and boundless divine land. A giant cauldron gradually revealed its form in the void. Chapter 989. Lin Feng's Brontosaurus doppelganger and God of War doppelganger stood calmly above the radiant world of yin and yang life and death formation, while Shi Tianhao, Wang Lin's great devil doppelganger, Sha Luoxian, and Jian Songtian stood behind Lin Feng. In the distance, opposite the yin and yang life and death formation, stood Shoichi Daishin and Xianlin Taoist. Taishu Temple shrank into a light spot and hid in one of Shoichi Daishin's pupils. Under the premise of not fighting, Shoichi Daishin's primordial spirit could nourish Taishu Temple so that it would not disintegrate. Under the nourishment of Shoichi Daishin's Dharma power, Taishu Temple could be put into another battle until it reached its limit or was damaged. Only then would it be divided into the void Yin-Yang Bell and the supreme formation breaking drum. Shoichi Daishin and Xianlin Taoist silently looked at the yin and yang life and death formation in front of them. On the two sides of Xianmen Tianzong and Taishu Temple, on one side was the Gate of the Sea of Stars, and on the other side was Ding of Shenzhou, which had revealed its true form. Silently, the two treasures floated in the Sea of Stars. Lin Feng glanced at Ding of Shenzhou. It was a huge square cauldron with 4 legs. It seemed to be made of bronze, and its body was engraved with fine patterns. Looking carefully, Lin Feng could find Kunlun Mountain, the Yangtze River, the Great Hengduan Mountain Range, the Southern Wasteland Mountains, the vast sea in the east, and the glaciers and snowfields in the north. The vast world of the divine land, the thousands of sceneries, the mountains, and the geography seemed to be found on this bronze cauldron. From this cauldron, one could clearly feel the majestic and heavy feeling of the entire divine land and the human tribe world. The inscriptions and ravines on the cauldron were like the real mountains, rivers, valleys, and plains of the divine land. It was as if there were no mistakes at all. Lin Feng could even vaguely see that the inscriptions on the cauldron were actually changing constantly, corresponding to the geographical environment that was undergoing subtle or drastic changes all the time in the divine land of the real sector. Xia Huang's Ding of Shenzhou is indeed extraordinary. Lin Feng nodded repeatedly. At his current level, his perspective and train of thought were already different from ordinary people. In Lin Feng's opinion, the most valuable treasure among the 9 treasures of the ancient heavenly gates was the divine flame cauldron and not the heavenly jade, which was the strongest in terms of magical powers. By the same logic, among the treasures of creation forged by the previous human emperors, the Grand Emperor's first imperial palace was the strongest in the past. Now, the immortal dragon city that originated from the first emperor was completely built, and it was continuously strengthened with the help of Lin Feng. It was still difficult to say who was the strongest in terms of magical powers among the Dharma treasures of creation refined by the previous human emperors. The king of the underworld's Book of Life and Death also had the potential to improve. However, in Lin Feng's opinion, among the Dharma treasures of creation forged by the previous human emperors, the most valuable Dharma treasure was not the Dharma treasure that was sharp in terms of magical powers, but the seemingly ordinary Ding of Shenzhou. In fact, in the eyes of the Taishu Temple, the great Qin dynasty that controlled the immortal Dragon City, the great Zhou dynasty that controlled the Grand Emperor's first imperial palace, and even the king of the underworld who controlled the Book of Life and Death, the value of the Ding of Shenzhou was extremely high. One could not simply look at its power in battles. Shoichi Daishin and Xianlin Taoist were also constantly communicating with each other. "Martial uncle, can we bring forward the plan?" Xianlin Taoist asked via voice transmission. "The current situation in the desolate ancient star sea is also a good opportunity." Shoichi Daishin shook his head slightly. "Xianlin, don't be impatient." Xianlin Taoist fell silent for a moment before saying slowly, "I'm being impatient. The opportunity is good, but we can't control the situation here." At the same time, the master of the celestial sect is still in a situation where he can advance or retreat. The Tenryu Gen won't be lured out of the Xianhai Sea so easily. However, based on the feedback from Infinite Wasteland, the Tenryu Gen's recovery time is likely to be shorter than the 20 years that Martial Uncle Tai predicted. Shoichi Daishin said calmly, "We need an opportunity." Dao Master Xianlin nodded. He glanced at the gate of the Sea of Stars and the Divine Land Cauldron and said in a low voice, "The situation in front of us is really unexpected. The master of the celestial sect actually controls a gate of the Sea of Stars." Ding of Shenzhou, which has disappeared without a trace since ancient times, is actually hiding in the Star Sea and has also appeared at this time. Xianlin Taoist's gaze froze slightly. "No, all of this is not a coincidence. I'm afraid it has something to do with Xianmen Tianzong. The clues that the Celestial Pool sect found back then are real, and these clues fell into the hands of the master of the Celestial sect, which is why this happened today." Shoichi Daishin also looked at Ding of Shenzhou. "This treasure has a far-reaching impact." Lin Feng's Brontosaurus clone stared at the Star Sea Gate, and the God of War clone also looked at Ding of Shenzhou. In the current environment of the Divine Land, Xianmen Tianzong and Taishu Temple were on par. The situation was rather delicate. The final ownership of this creation-grade treasure would have a much greater impact in the long run than in the short run. It was not the only deciding factor, but it was one of the deciding factors. Shoichi Daishin could foresee this, and so could Lin Feng. This was because this magic treasure had a deep impact on the development of the foundation of the sect's younger disciples. This was the first alchemy magic treasure in the history of the Tianyuan Great World. It was even better than the Taishu Temple's Sun-Moon Divine Furnace, the ancient Heaven Gate's Flaming Heavenly Divine Furnace, and other magic treasures. A huge amount of medicinal pills and resources could not create a top expert. Every top expert was created by a combination of various innate talents and postnatal opportunities. Different experiences, and finally, through a path that ordinary people could not replicate, they would step onto a peak that ordinary people could not reach. There were enough bricks and tiles, but there were too many factors affecting whether it would be a magnificent palace or a vast brick kiln. However, it was undeniable that there were enough bricks and tiles. At the very least, it was one of the basic conditions for building a hall. A huge amount of resources could not create a top expert, but it could create a large number of outstanding talents in the middle and lower levels. At the very least, it would greatly expand this level, and it would allow the outstanding talents to develop more smoothly and save more time. The number of outstanding talents in the middle and lower levels would increase. Even if there was no increase in the probability, the number of powerful experts that would eventually emerge would still increase. The Taishu Temple in the past, the Ancient Heaven Gate in the last years of the Ancient Era, and the Primordial Devil Sect, the number one holy land of the Devil Path in the history of the Divine Land, were all like this. When Xia Huang had forged this cauldron, he had considered this aspect. Unfortunately, his ambition was not fulfilled. Ding of Shenzhou had not been refined for long and had only shown its edge for the first time. Xia Huang had mysteriously perished in the war between the two realms, and even Ding of Shenzhou had disappeared. Now that this treasure had finally appeared, Lin Feng and Shoichi Dashin were naturally eyeing it covetously. The same principle applied to the Gate of the Sea of Stars. Controlling a stable passage into the Sea of Stars also meant a huge amount of resources, material resources, starlight baptism, and so on. Lin Feng and Shoichi Dashin faced each other in the void of the Sea of Stars. They did not speak to each other. Their gazes shifted between the Gate of the Sea of Stars and Ding of Shenzhou, and finally landed on Ding of Shenzhou. Just now, they had all seen the waves caused by the great sage. They had also seen Zhu Yi and the others enter the little Kelowna world that Ding of Shenzhou had manifested together with the cultivators of the Taishu Temple led by Kai Fengzhou. Now that Ding of Shenzhou had revealed its original form, Zhu Yi, and the others had naturally landed inside Ding of Shenzhou. Not only had people entered, but even the raging waves of the Sea of Stars had also surged in through the original domain passage, stirring up a storm in the little Kelowna world. It was also because of this that Ding of Shenzhou had revealed its body. In fact, the interior of Ding of Shenzhou was still quite chaotic at the moment. Zhu Yi's Hao Yang clone was protecting his fellow disciples. In front of them, there was a wild flow of starlight. The world seemed to be spinning nonstop, and it was completely impossible to distinguish up from down. Yu Hongyan, Li Yuanfang, Luo Qinggu, and the others were under the protection of Zhu Yi's Hao Yang clone. They looked at the chaotic world outside and shook their heads. Fortunately, it only caused the spiritual qi to be chaotic and did not anger Ding of Shenzhou itself. The starlight flow was gradually calming down, but from time to time there would be a sudden burst of violent waves, which made Zhu Yi's heart tremble. Unless there is the Golden Permitha Bridge, it will not be easy for my main body to come here and face these violent waves directly. Even if I am not in danger, I am afraid that I will not be able to protect my junior brothers and sisters under the shock of the magical power. Fortunately, these violent waves were only rising in a certain area and did not affect the entire inner world of Ding of Shenzhou. Therefore, Zhu Yi's Hao Yang clone could still protect Xianmen Tianzong and the others. He moved carefully in the inner world of Ding of Shenzhou, looking for a place where the starlight flow was weak and calm. After staring at the starlight flow for a while, Luo Qinggu seemed to have understood something. This starlight flow is just a catalyst. The key is that it has stirred up the huge amount of spiritual qi in Ding of Shenzhou into chaos. When she thought of this, she opened her palm, and the Zuanchu sword appeared in her hand. As the sword's edge moved, the sword energy became as hot as fire, and the invisible sword intent turned into a tangible furnace in the air. This was the flaming heavenly sword, one of the great 9 heavens divine swords of the ancient heavenly gate. After the Tsangtian Dao Jian submitted to Lin Feng, the ancient heavenly gate's sword Dao technique also belonged to Xianmen Tianzong. When Luo Qinggu observed the Tsangtian Dao Jian, she also dabbled in the great 9 heavens divine sword Dao. Although she did not cultivate it well, it had the effect of comprehending other things by analogy, and she could refer to it to inspire her own sword Dao cultivation. The southern flaming heavenly sword of the great 9 heavens divine swords was the foundation that the ancient heavenly gates elites established after referring to Xia Huang's orthodoxy. As Xia Huang's own people gradually disappeared in the long river of history, his orthodoxy was gradually lost, and it was no longer a system. Only a few scattered techniques were passed down. In the entire history of the divine land, Xia Huang was the best in the water Dao technique, but other than that, Xia Huang was also quite accomplished in the fire Dao technique. His universal furnace technique used the heaven and earth as the furnace, creation as the technique, and yin and yang as the charcoal to smelt a part of the world and suppress and refine the enemy. It was extremely overbearing. The heavenly gates, flaming heavenly swords, sword Tao had the principle of incorporating the essence of the universal furnace technique into it. As Luo Qingwu's sword moved, Zhu Yi immediately understood what she was thinking without any further words. He nodded and guided Luo Qingwu's sword intent into the transcendence energy of Hao Yang's clone. His qi and blood surged, and the concept of power spread out. He immediately felt that he had formed a subtle, almost undetectable, but real connection with Ding of Shenzhou. Hao Yang's clone punched the empty heaven and earth in front of him, and the chaotic flow of spiritual energy actually calmed down a little. Chapter 990. Zhu Yi's Hao Yang clone merged the sword intent of Luo Qingwu's heavenly sword of 9 heavens into his fist intent. Vaguely, it resonated with the inner world of Ding of Shenzhou. Wherever the fist intent reached, the turbulent flow of spiritual qi in the void gradually calmed down a little. Zhu Yi thought for a while and said, "I'll open the great cycle of 4 symbols formation. 4th junior sister, 6th junior brother, and little junior sister, help me. We'll stabilize the turbulence in the space around us and have a place to stay in this world first." As he spoke, a spirit turtle the size of a small island, a qilin the size of a mountain, a dragon wrapped in auspicious clouds, and a colorful phoenix shining with brilliance all appeared above the head of Hao Yang's clone. The images of the 4 spirits gathered together. The surging spiritual qi turned into a huge ring, circulating and harmonizing, bearing the profound Tao of heaven and earth. In the ring, the images of the 4 spirits alternated. It was Zhu Yi's great cycle of 4 symbols formation, although it was performed by Hao Yang's clone, and its power was not as great as Zhu Yi's. It was still extraordinary. Zhu Yi's Hao Yang clone stood on the leading dragon's position, while Luo Qingwu landed on the qilin's position. She continued to activate the sword intent of the heavenly sword of 9 heavens and integrate it into the great cycle of 4 symbols formation. Li Yuanfang stood on the spirit turtle's position, while Yu Hongyan stood on the phoenix's position. They helped Zhu Yi and Luo Qingwu activate the great cycle of 4 symbols formation together. The huge ring formed by the formation expanded and finally stabilized the chaotic spiritual qi in a certain range, making it calm again. However, the ring kept expanding and shrinking, fighting with the turbulence of spiritual qi outside the formation. It could not be completely stabilized. Zhu Yi said, "6th junior martial brother, little junior martial sister, summon your Yin spirit avatars. 2 of your avatars will take the lead. Tiantai and the others will support the formation and stabilize it completely." Li Yuanfang and Luo Qingwu nodded at the same time. The Yin spirit doppelgangers that looked exactly the same as themselves appeared and stood opposite each other at the periphery. The positions they occupied were the heaven and earth positions of the 8 trigrams. Zhu Yi's Hao Yang clone flicked his sleeves, and several figures landed in the magic circle. The 2 youths were dressed in Xianmen Tianzong's standard purple robes. Tai Chi patterns were embroidered on the lapels of their robes, and there was a flying flame symbol on their cuffs. This was the symbol of Xianmen Tianzong's, Fentianya's lineage. One of them was a handsome young man with a calm expression and sharp eyes. It was Tang Jun. At this moment, his cultivation base had reached the peak of the late golden elixir realm, and he was only 1 step away from the core formation realm. The other young man, with a relaxed expression and a hint of unruliness, was Lu Xiaofeng. Currently, his cultivation base was at the peak of the middle golden elixir realm. He had encountered a relatively major bottleneck in this realm and had been stuck there for a long time. However, he was only a paper-thin distance away from the late golden elixir realm. Once he broke through the bottleneck, he could immediately pass through the Yin-Wind tribulation. Although his cultivation base had been surpassed by Lin Tong and Tang Jun, who had entered the sect later than him, Lu Xiaofeng's eyes were calm, and the cynical smile on the corners of his mouth was still there. His state of mind was not adversely affected. Beside Tang Jun and Lu Xiaofeng stood a young man with a medium build. His expression was calm, and he first bowed towards Zhu Yi, Master. His clothing was the same as Tang Jun and Lu Xiaofeng. However, the symbol on the cuffs of his robes was different. There were 3 black horizontal lines, which was the same as the Qian trigram. This young man was Zhu Yi's Qian Tian Palace Hall's head disciple, Yang Tai. Beside Yang Tai stood a beautiful woman in purple with a calm and gentle temperament. The symbol on the cuffs of her robes was a pattern that was half black and half white. Unlike the Tai Chi pattern, where yin and yang blended and black and white coexisted, this pattern that was half black and half white was a straight line from the middle, dividing the circle into 2 equal halves. It was as if a black semicircle and a white semicircle were joined together. This woman and Lu Xiaofeng were both at the peak of the golden elixir middle stage. Similarly, she was only a step away from the late stage of the golden elixir. She was Wang Lin's successor disciple, Li Xingfei. Beside Li Xingfei stood a young man with a rather cold and stern expression between his brows. He wore a purple tight suit with a taiji pattern embroidered on the lapel. The cuffs were decorated with a golden and green semicircular arc that formed a complete circle. He was the only successor disciple of Yang Qing's Nirvana Paradise, Zhou Yunsong. Among the various branches of Xianmen Tianzong, Nirvana Paradise had the least number of people. Until now, Yang Qing only had one successor disciple. Today, Zhou Yunsong and Tang Jun were both at the peak of the late stage of the golden elixir. They were only 1 step away from the nascent soul formation stage, but he had stayed here for a longer time than Tang Jun. The special physique of the burning sun body made his strength extraordinary in actual combat. It also had a lot of convenience in the process of ordinary cultivation, but it also made him more difficult than ordinary people. Unlike the cold and murderous Zhou Yunsong, the young man next to him was smiling and curiously looking at the inner world of Ding of Shenzhou, where the spiritual energy was chaotic. He had a long sword in a sheath hanging on his waist. The lapel of his purple robe had the same Tai Chi pattern as the others, and the symbol on his cuffs was a solid black circle. That was the symbol of the light dance pavilion under Luo Qinggu. This smiling young man was the first disciple of Luo Qinggu, Han Yang. Now, he had also reached the late stage of the golden elixir. This time, the 6 of them were brought into the desolate ancient star sea by Lin Feng and his disciple. On the one hand, it was a trial. On the other hand, they were currently at a bottleneck in their own cultivation. If they could gain something from this trial, they would benefit a lot. This was especially true for Tang Jun, Zhou Yunsong, Lu Xiaofeng, and Li Xingfei. If they could gain something from this trial, it was almost guaranteed that they could break through their current realm. After the 6 people saluted Zhu Yi, Yu Hongyan, Li Yuanfang, and Luo Qingwu respectively, they immediately stood in the position of the 8 diagrams according to Zhu Yi's instructions. Together with the Yin spirit doppelgangers of Luo Qingwu and Li Yuanfang, they formed a formation surrounding Zhu Yi and the other 3 people in the center. The 4 symbols, 8 trigrams, 1 inside and 1 outside, worked together under the control of Zhu Yi's great young doppelganger. The surrounding void was completely stabilized, the turbulent flow of spiritual energy was isolated, and a pure land was temporarily opened up in the world inside the divine land cauldron. After the 4 diagrams' great cycle formation was completely stabilized, Zhu Yi nodded. Although the turbulence of spiritual qi is still very chaotic and violent, it will become milder and milder until it completely calms down. He looked at Yang Tai and the others. However, it will take a long time. So, we will stay here to stabilize the formation. You guys can withdraw first. Then, go to the periphery of the formation to explore, expand the stabilized area to the periphery, and open up a path. A magical treasure of creation like Ding of Shenzhou is as vast as the sky. It is not obvious. First, we have to find a way to contact it, and then we can talk about other things. Yang Tai immediately replied, "Master, don't worry. I will be careful." Li Yuanfang said, "Go in different directions to save time. We can't be too scattered. After all, the environment is unknown." Yu Hongyan said, "You and little junior sister's doppelganger can explore in different directions. Tiansong, Tiantai, and the others don't split up. Go in one direction together." Li Yuanfang and Luo Qinggu nodded together. "Fourth senior sister is right," Zhu Yi said. "Although it's to save time, you don't have to be anxious. Activate the formation's power and extend it forward. Just advance steadily. When the spiritual qi in this world has completely stabilized and we don't need to maintain the formation anymore, we will quickly catch up to you." "Master, what if we meet people from Taishu Temple?" Yang Tai asked after thinking for a while. Zhu Yi said calmly, "Although there is a formation to defend against it, this place is not conducive for communication due to the turbulence of spiritual qi in the outside world. Our divine senses and the turbulence of spiritual qi will not be able to lock onto you. Therefore, you will have to act on your own. If Taishu Temple's Grand Elder Kai Fengzhou of the Tao Integration Realm gets close to the formation, I will be able to sense it immediately. When that happens, I will deal with him. You don't have to worry too much. Under normal circumstances, Kai Fengzhou will protect his group of Taishu Temple successors so that they will not be separated." Zhu Yi raised his head and looked at the distant world outside the formation. From time to time, there would be extremely violent turbulent tides. However, if he had encountered a similar tide before, there might have been an unknown accident. You guys can just adapt to it. Although he said that, Zhu Yi's expression was calm, without the slightest hint of worry. Yang Tai and the other 5 also wore calm and composed expressions. They all cupped their fists at Zhu Yi in acknowledgement. Then they bowed to Zhu Yi and Yu Hongyan and left. Then they turned and walked into the distance. Meanwhile, Luo Qinggu and Li Yuanfang's in-spirit doppelgangers also flew in different directions. Zhu Yi's Haoyang doppelganger, Yu Hongyan, Li Yuanfang, and Luo Qingwu's doppelgangers remained where they were, stabilizing the 4 symbols' great heavenly cycle formation. Yang Tai and the other 5 moved forward. Although with the gradual growth of their cultivation, they had been independent even when they went out to train, and it was rare for them to go out in a group like this. The 6 of them still had a very good tacit understanding. Han Yang walked at the forefront. The long sword at his waist had already been unsheathed, and the flaming heaven sword was the same as Luo Qingwu's. It led the formation boundary to extend forward and gradually opened up a path. Yang Tai and Tang Jun followed closely beside him, one on the left and one on the right, constantly paying attention to the movements in the surroundings. As the formation boundary extended forward, the power of the formation would sometimes become unstable. It was inevitable that a small amount of turbulence of spiritual energy would leak in, instantly forming a terrible storm. Han Yang did not need to be distracted. Yang Tai and Tang Jun would handle it for him. Lu Xiaofeng and Li Xingfei followed closely behind. Zhou Yunsong was the last, and his attention was also on the rear of the team. Han Yang suddenly stopped, sheathed his sword, and looked outside the formation in the distance. The turbulence of spiritual energy There was turbulent, and it was turning into a land of storms. The original world had become chaotic and broken. They could vaguely see that it was originally a valley, but the valley had been broken into a pile of rocks. The soil and rocks were even suspended in the air and kept colliding. In the center of the storm, they could vaguely see a few figures. Tang Jun and the others looked over and saw that those people were dressed in white with white clouds embroidered on their lapels. It was the usual attire of the descendants of the Taishu temple. These people were trapped in the center of the storm, and the turbulence of spiritual energy kept attacking them. These people were all in the Yuanying and Golden Elixir period. In such an environment, they were in dire straits and could be in danger at any time. Seeing this scene, Tang Jun, Yang Tai, and the others could not help but look at each other. Chapter 991. Tang Jun, Yang Tai, and the others could not help but look at each other as they watched the Taishu temple's successor in the center of the spiritual qi turbulence, surrounded by perils. Yang Tai pondered and said, "They must have encountered the spiritual qi tide that Master mentioned, causing them to be separated from the Tao integration cultivator in the Taishu temple. The spiritual qi turbulence in the outside world is still very intense, and cultivators below the primordial spirit stage will be in danger if they encounter it." Lu Xiaofeng stared at those figures carefully and could not help but let out a soft cry of surprise. "Oh, there are even old acquaintances." The others all looked at him, and Lu Xiaofeng spread his hands. One of them has a cultivation level of the Golden Elixir late stage. The shorter man is called Wan Zhengluan. I met him when I went out to train not long ago. He paused and continued. At that time, everyone had their eyes on a piece of starstone. It was hard to say who was first, so we fought over it based on our own abilities. In the end, I won. There were no old grudges between us. He retreated, and I obtained the starstone, so I did not pursue him. Tang Jun and the others all nodded. If Lu Xiaofeng said he did not pursue him, then he really did not pursue him. Among the second-generation direct disciples, Lu Xiaofeng was one of the top 3 in terms of the art of escape. After he formed his gold core, he cultivated the 8 trigrams of the Great Way of the Heavens. The divine ability he obtained was an art of escape called the Heavenly Meridian Wandering Qi, which was quite mysterious. The other 2 people were Han Yang, who was currently beside Lu Xiaofeng. He had studied the Shaozi sword of Shu Mountain, the swiftest, dark, heavenly sword among the ancient Heavenly Gates' Great 9 Heavens divine sword, and the flying heaven and earth escape technique of the 8 arts of heaven and earth, which were known for their exquisite speed. He had comprehended the Tao of the heavenly virtue scripture and created a heavenly movement sword, which was extremely fast and had sharp attacks. The third person was Irosa, who was not present. His wolf movement technique was also unique, but it was completely suited to Irosa. If others wanted to learn it, it would be more difficult. Yang Tai looked at the 4 disciples of the Taishu temple, who were trapped by the turbulence of spiritual qi, and said in a deep voice, "We are all from the human clan. Although there is competition in Ding of Shenzhou, we can't just sit back and do nothing since we have seen it. After all, we are not enemies with the Taishu temple." Han Yang smiled. It's hard to say whether the other party thinks so or not. From the perspective of Lin Feng, Xiao Yan, and the others, the situation in the divine land had become rather delicate. It had already become an enemy of the Taishu temple, and undercurrents were surging in the dark. But on the surface, in the eyes of ordinary disciples, even if their relationship wasn't very harmonious, they weren't enemies either. Lin Feng and his disciple wouldn't deliberately instill opposing thoughts in their disciples. Everything would take its course. On the Taishu temple's side, although temple head Yin Nanlai, Lord Tai, and other members of the Supreme Elders Guild had already reached a consensus, It would still take a lot of planning for the situation to develop according to their plan. At the moment, it had not been communicated to the younger disciples. So in general, over the years, whether it was Xianmen, Tianzong, or Taishu Temple, there was still communication between them. It was still a long time before they shed all pretense of cordiality. However, there was no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. As the two peaks of the human clan's cultivation world, the younger disciples of the two sects naturally didn't like each other. There were no major conflicts between the disciples of the two sects who had come out to gain experience, but there were many small frictions. Tang Jun said calmly, "So what if they treat us as enemies? Just let them come at us." Han Yang smiled carelessly and said, "Yes, so I don't care. You guys can decide. In the face of natural disasters, we'll just lend a hand," Li Xingfei said. "Although there might be competition in the future, we're not afraid of competition." Lu Xiaofeng smiled and said, "Don't look at me. I've already said that there's no enmity between me and that one, Zhengluan. I wasn't the one who suffered back then. However, it doesn't matter if we help them. The problem is, what happens after we help them? If we want to save them, we'll need to borrow the power of the formation and junior brother Han's flaming heavenly sword. When the time comes, they'll be brought into the formation together." As soon as Lu Xiaofeng said this, everyone's eyes flashed. Han Yang said, lazily, "They'll most likely continue to move forward with us. If we ask them to follow the path we came from to master and martial uncle, they'll most likely be unwilling. They might even think that we're treating them like criminals." Yang Tai said, "Even if they're willing to go to Master's side, we won't be able to rest assured. Master and the others are busy fighting the turbulence outside, so their perception of what's inside the formation is weaker. If anything happens, it might affect the entire formation." Tang Jun said calmly, "We can go in the same direction, but everyone will have to rely on their own abilities." He pointed at the turbulence of spiritual energy outside the formation that had yet to calm down. As long as we get them out of the center of that particularly violent turbulence storm, it'll be fine. The turbulence outside has yet to subside, but as long as they stay where they are and don't move, at least their lives won't be in danger. After a moment of silence, Li Xingfei asked, "What if they don't want to?" "We're not on the same side. If they want to be parasites crawling on our bodies and sucking our blood, they're dreaming." Tang Jun said lightly, "Helping them now is just us being nosy. We don't expect them to thank us, nor do we expect anything in return. It'll be fine as long as they're self-aware. If they're not self-aware, then we'll have to help them a little more and throw them out." The conflict between the two sides was not sharp, so they wouldn't leave them in the lurch, nor would they take advantage of them. Like Han Yang, Tang Jun didn't care about the possible competition or future troubles. But he wasn't interested in actively supporting the enemy. In Tang Jun's view, it wasn't called having a big picture or being magnanimous. It was unfair and irresponsible to one's own people. Yang Tai said, "If we fight inside the formation, it will also affect the formation. It's better to take them with us. If they do anything unusual, it'll be easier for us to respond." Lu Xiaofeng patted Tang Jun's shoulder and said, "Junior brother Tang, even if something happens, I believe we can handle it." On the other side, Li Xingfei also said, "The contact with other forces isn't all tit for tat. After all, the Taishu Temple is different from the Underworld Hall, the Great Zhou Dynasty, and the Mount Shusword sect. There's no unresolvable conflict between our sect and them." Tang Jun looked at her, Lu Xiaofeng, and Yang Tai, and finally nodded. He was a very assertive person and wouldn't be easily swayed. But unlike his tough style of dealing with outsiders, he was much easier to talk to his fellow disciples. Although he had different ideas, he didn't intend to quarrel with his fellow disciples. He just had to be more vigilant to guard against unexpected situations. Zhou Yunsong remained silent and indifferently stood where he was. He didn't agree or disagree. His thoughts were the same as Han Yang's. He had an indifferent attitude. Yang Tai then looked at Han Yang and said, "I still need you to do it." "No problem." Han Yang smiled and unsheathed the long sword at his waist again. "But this turbulent storm is stronger than before. I can't just use the sword in my hand. I need to use the absolute sword. Everyone, help me keep an eye on it and stabilize the formation at any time." Han Yang's sword was not a very sharp sword. It was a magic sword of the Zhuji realm, and it was obtained not long after he joined Luo Qingwu's sect. Compared to his current cultivation, it obviously couldn't keep up with the situation. Although he was a disciple of Luo Qingwu, his swordsmanship wasn't completely the same as Luo Qingwu's. His talent in the swordsmanship wasn't like Luo Qingwu's, which was why he didn't forge the Xianqie sword as Luo Qingwu's lifebound sword. However, the reason he had been using this magic sword of the Zhuji realm until now and hadn't changed, it wasn't because the sword was still suitable, but because there wasn't much difference whether he changed it or not. With a thought from Han Yang, countless tiny runes suddenly appeared on his right arm that was covered by his sleeve, emitting a black light. These runes seemed to have a life of their own. They flowed along Han Yang's arm like a tide toward the magic sword in his right hand. On the back of Han Yang's right hand that was exposed outside his sleeve, a large number of tiny runes flowed past his fingers. In the end, all the runes flowed onto the magic sword in his right hand. The magic sword's blade, chin, hilt, and other parts were completely covered by the large number of black runes. The runes fused and disappeared, and the entire sword shone with a black light. Then, on the black sword's blade and hilt, tiny cracks faintly split open, from which a blood-red light flashed. Wisps of black mist spiraled above the sword, and a tyrannical killing intent soared into the sky. It was an ominous sight. The aura of magic power that leaked from within was shockingly the might and power of a sword of the Yuanying realm. Han Yang's expression was relaxed as he held the black sword in his hand and once again executed the flaming heavenly sword. The sword's momentum was much stronger than before, and it was also much more savage. Relying on the four symbols' great cycle formation laid down by Zhu Yi and the others, Han Yang's sword caused the formation's range to greatly extend forward. At the same time, it also split apart the turbulent storm that surrounded the Taishu temple cultivators. However, the momentum of his sword was too fierce, causing the flaming heavenly sword's sword intent to become unstable, and its connection with the formation also became shaky. Tang Jun and the others stayed by his side, ready to help at any time to deal with the adverse effects that would arise from the formation breaking. However, Han Yang's control was rather precise. It seemed like he was on the verge of losing control, but in the end, he still firmly controlled the sword's momentum and did not let his sword intent break the connection with the four symbols' great cycle formation. The turbulent storm broke apart, and the four Taishu temple cultivators also entered the four symbols' great cycle formation. Although they were surrounded by danger just now, the four Taishu temple cultivators still looked very calm, showing their extraordinary confidence and experience. However, when they saw that the people who helped them were Han Yang and the other Xianmen Tianzong disciples, they also felt slightly embarrassed. This was especially so when one of the shorter youths saw Lu Xiafeng, and his eyes clearly darkened. The four of them were dressed in the Taishu temple's usual attire, white robes with a white cloud embroidered on their lapels. The one with the highest cultivation base was a young man in the middle stage of Yuanying. He looked at the people from Xianmen Tianzong with a somewhat complicated gaze, but he still maintained enough etiquette and cupped his hands at Tang Jun and the others. "I'm Shan Xiang from Taishu Temple. Thank you fellow cultivators from Xianmen Tianzong. Next to him stood a young girl with a heroic spirit. Her eyes were sharp, and she also thanked Han Yang and the others politely. I'm Zhao Mingxiu from Taishu Temple. Thank you, fellow cultivators, for your help. As for the other two people, other than the shorter one, Zhongluan, the other one was a skinny young man with pale skin, an aquiline nose, thin lips, and a cold expression. He also cupped his hands, but his tone was obviously much colder. I'm Yang Zhao from Taishu Temple. Greetings. Wan Zhongluan looked at Lu Xiaofeng again, and finally, he also cupped his hands. I'm Wan Zhongluan from Taishu Temple. Greetings. Han Yang looked at Wan Zhongluan and chuckled, then turned to look at Lu Xiaofeng. Lu Xiaofeng naturally understood what he meant, so he smiled and spread his hands. Chapter 992. Among the 4 people from Taishu Temple, other than Shan Xiang, who was in the middle stage of yuanying, the other 3 were in the late stage of golden elixir. Although there was a difference between their appearance and actual age, their actual age was not that old. Yang Tai looked at them and asked, Fellow Taoists, what do you plan to do next? Shan Xiang and the others observed their surroundings and then looked at Yang Tai and the others. Are you going to open up a passage and explore into the distance? Yang Tai nodded calmly. That's right. Shan Xiang and the others looked at each other, and it was Shan Xiang who said in a low voice, The direction you are heading in now is the place where we were separated from Elder Kai and the others. We want to meet up with the elders of the sect as soon as possible, and we hope to travel together with you. Hearing this, the gazes of the Xianmen Tianzong people became a little strange. They smiled slightly, which made Shan Xiang and the others puzzled and slightly unhappy. In the past, no matter where they went, they would inevitably take the lead of the group. In particular, Shan Xiang was the only yuanying cultivator among them, but it was not appropriate for him to do so when facing Tang Jun and the other disciples of Xianmen Tianzong. The relationship between the two sides was not harmonious, and Tang Jun and the others did not come here alone. Looking at the 4 symbols' great cycle formation, one could tell that Tang Jun, Yang Tai, and the others had not been separated from Zhu Yi and the others. Everyone was now under the protection of Zhu Yi, Li Yuanfang, and the others. Unlike the arrogant, sharp Shu mountain disciples, most of the descendants of Taishu Temple were well-mannered, and their style was much gentler. But in fact, the pride in their hearts was only greater than that of the Shu mountain disciples. It was just that the external appearance of this pride was rather special, and it was easy to give people the wrong impression. Their pride was not contempt, insolence, or condescension. On the contrary, they were amiable, polite, and patient. It was a sense of superiority that was rooted in the depths of one's heart. Because your level was too far from mine, I could tolerate your ignorance and clumsiness and would not lower myself to your level. Just like how humans would not be angered by the provocation of ants, nor would they show off their superiority and strength to ants. Since the ancient era, when the successors of the Taishu Temple traveled outside, even when facing the cultivators of the Shu Mountain Sword sect, who were at a similar level, or the Buddhist disciples of the Great Thunderclap Temple, this kind of psychological advantage had always existed. But today, when facing the successor of Xianmen Tianzong, this psychological advantage had gradually collapsed. Not to mention the fight between the higher-ups of both sides. Just based on the level of the younger disciples, Taishu Temple had never been able to gain an advantage over Xianmen Tianzong. In the fateful battle between the 2 stones in the Dragon Arena in West Hill City, the yuanying Shi Tianyi had been slain by the golden elixir period Shi Tianhao. Before the battle between the 2 stones, the late golden elixir Taishu Temple's direct disciple, by Shi Qian, was defeated by the early golden elixir period Yu Hongyan, directly crippled. In Xianmen Tianzong's Kunlun Mountain Dharma Assembly, the rising star of the Taishu Temple, Chen Xingyu, a peak expert of the younger generation, had already reached the golden elixir period back then. Although Xianmen Tianzong had suppressed him to late Foundation establishment, he was still more powerful than when he was originally at late Foundation establishment. But even with that being the case, Chun Xingyu still lost to the hands of the Xianmen Tianzong's second true disciple, Zhou Yunsong, who was also at late Foundation establishment back then. Absolute Yin was no match for Fenyang. As a matter of fact, there was an example right before their eyes. Wan Zhongluan, a late golden elixir cultivator, had just lost to the mid-golden elixir cultivator, Lu Xiaofeng, recently adding to the accomplishments of Xianmen Tianzong's disciples. Even now, although the Taishu Temple's overall strength still stood above the Divine Land, Xianmen Tianzong had gradually surpassed them in terms of the younger generation of disciples. Their title as the greatest sacred land was teetering on the brink of collapse. The various organizations in the Divine Land all had their own sphere of influence. In the surrounding regions, they held an absolute advantage when it came to selecting talents and accepting disciples. Once seedlings with potential appeared, they would be accepted. The various large organizations would often send people out to search for them, preventing pearls from gathering dust. As for the young people who lived in the secular world and wanted to embark on the path of cultivation, they would all yearn towards the large organizations that they had heard about since they were young. But there were exceptions, and that was the three great sacred lands of the past: Taishu Temple, Mount Shu Sword Sect, and Great Thunderclap Monastery. Because their influence covered the entire Divine Land, their selection of talents was also targeted towards the entire human world. Every person who had the heart to embark on the path of cultivation yearned for it, hoping that they could worship under their sect. And among them, Taishu Temple's influence was the greatest, far surpassing that of Mount Shu Sword Sect and Great Thunderclap Monastery. Every young talent that was accepted by Taishu Temple would feel a great honor for themselves and their families. At the same time, because Taishu Temple took the elite route, the threshold was ridiculously high. At that time, they would also verify that the disciples they accepted were all amazing cultivation geniuses. Therefore, in the eyes of many young people, being accepted by Taishu Temple was also a kind of affirmation for themselves. But today, this situation had gradually begun to change. With the accumulation of fame over the years, there were still many young heroes who desired to worship under Taishu Temple. But with the rise of Xianmen Tianzong and its influence in the Divine Land was growing, more and more people began to turn their attention to Xianmen Tianzong. Many people's first choice was still Taishu Temple, but at the same time, there were also many people whose first choice had become Xianmen Tianzong. In particular, some people who did not have the most outstanding physique could also worship under Xianmen Tianzong to learn Dao techniques. Not only would their future achievements not be low, they might even have higher achievements than worshiping under Taishu Temple. Unlike Mount Shu Sword Sect, which only valued sword talents, and unlike Great Thunderclap Monastery, whose pure cultivation of Buddhist Dharma caused some people to shrink back, Xianmen Tianzong had a serious impact on Taishu Temple in terms of talent attraction, and the impact was becoming more and more intense. Just as the overall influence of both sides was equally divided in the Divine Land, even the attraction of younger talents was now on an equal footing. Therefore, in front of others, the descendants of Taishu Temple could still maintain their pride, but in front of the disciples of Xianmen Tianzong, they could not maintain a psychological advantage. Yang Zhao looked at Tang Jun, Yang Tai, and the others in front of him. His face became even paler, and his gaze became even colder. He opened his mouth and asked faintly, "Forgive me for being presumptuous, my friends from Xianmen Tianzong. Who is the leader now?" His gaze swept across the logos on the sleeves of Tang Jun and the others, and finally looked at Tang Jun, Yang Tai, and Lu Xiaofeng. When Yang Tai heard this, his expression did not change, but he frowned slightly. Although Lu Xiaofeng did not say anything, his eyebrows slightly raised. The other party's words really did not have any good intentions. Tang Jun smiled coldly. His gaze swept across Yang Zhao's face, but did not stop. His gaze finally fell on Shan Xiang, and he said faintly, "If the four of you from Taishu Temple wish to travel together, it is not a problem. However, the formation we are in now was set up by the elders of our sect. My friends, please do not use your mana rashly, lest you suffer the backlash of the formation's power." Shan Xiang looked at the surrounding environment and immediately nodded. "Everyone, you can rest assured." Tang Jun grunted. "There's no time to lose. Let's continue moving." Yang Zhao looked at him. His ice-cold gaze became deeper, and it made people's hearts palpitate. No one answered his question, but Tang Jun's action just now gave an invisible response. "Who is the leader on our side? There is no need for you to ask, because you are not the leader on your side anyway." Yang Zhao did not say much, and calmly followed behind Shan Xiang with Wan Zhengluan and Zhao Mingxiu, traveling with Xianmen Tianzong and the others. The group was still Han Yang opening the path at the front, but the sword he was using right now had already returned to its original ordinary appearance, a simple foundation establishment stage sword. In the eyes of the people from the Taishu Temple, they couldn't help but cast sidelong glances. After all, it was not a secret in the divine land that the disciples of Xianmen Tianzong were well off, and their families were rich. There were people who praised this, but there were also many who thought that this was not conducive to the cultivation of the cultivators themselves, and there was a lot of controversy in the divine land. Han Yang's identity as the second-generation successor, head disciple of the Light Dance Pavilion, was also not a secret in the divine land. After all, his cultivation was already at the late stage of the golden elixir, but with his current cultivation, the sword he used was only at the foundation establishment stage, so it was inevitable that people would be surprised. Han Yang did not care much about other people's gazes, and instead he was teasing Yang Tai, senior brother Yang. "It is said that people with the same surname were a family 500 years ago, but that Yang Zhao of Taishu Temple is not close to you." Yang Tai smiled. "Maybe it was not very pleasant when we wanted to separate from the family." Li Xingfei said softly, "This person is not simple. His magical power and his mind are very deep." Lu Xiaofeng nodded. "Although we have not actually fought, I feel that he is at least stronger than Wan Zhengluan and more dangerous." Stronger and more dangerous seemed to have the same meaning, but Li Xingfei and the others all knew that in many cases stronger and more dangerous were not the same. Danger was always something to be vigilant about. If he does not have a primordial spirit magic treasure with him, there is nothing to worry about. Tang Jun said calmly, "Unless he uses the spiritual energy turbulence in Ding of Shenzhou to do something bad." Han Yang said, "I am more interested in that Zhao Mingxiu fellow Taoist Zhao." Lu Xiaofeng smiled. "Oh, junior brother Han has finally grown up." Han Yang shook his head and said with a smile, "Not at all. I am interested in her because she is a rare sword cultivator in Taishu Temple." As soon as he said this, Tang Jun, Yang Tai, and the others all became interested, and even Zhou Yunsong, who had been silent all this time, turned to look at him. Han Yang nodded, and with another sword strike, he continued to open the way forward. At the same time, he said, "Although she did not use her sword, nor did she release her sword will and magical power, I can faintly feel it." Yang Tai pondered and said, "The swordsmanship of Taishu Temple is derived from their own two great Taoist techniques, the Supreme Wang Qing Dao and the Void Yin Yang Dao. It is not an independent swordsmanship. It is said that it is also quite exquisite, but it is indeed very rare. I wonder if this fellow Taoist, Zhao, cultivates the Wang Qing Heavenly Sword or the Great Void Twin Pole Mystic Sword technique." As he said this, Han Yang, Tang Jun, and Zhou Yunsong suddenly changed their expressions. Yang Tai and the others also suddenly looked solemn. They looked up and saw that outside the area of the spell formation, an extremely violent spiritual energy tide was blasting toward where they were. Chapter 993. On the whole, the chaotic spiritual energy turbulence in the inner world of Ding of Shenzhou was gradually calming down. However, in some parts of the world, there were still occasional violent waves that were extremely destructive. At this moment, the waves that were rushing towards the area where Han Yang and the others were located were quite violent. Shan Xiang and the other three looked solemn when they saw it. This wave was much more violent than the spiritual energy turbulence that had trapped them earlier. Even many primordial soul adepts could not withstand it. It was comparable to the wave that had separated them from Kai Fengzhou and the others. Fortunately, Han Yang and the others were now inside the four symbols great cycle formation that Zhu Yi and the others had set up. Zhu Yi and the other three would activate the formation's power to resist the impact of this wave. Han Yang immediately put away his sword. Under such circumstances, he naturally could not continue to expand the path outwards. Otherwise, it would cause the formation to become unstable, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Even so, the formation became violently shaken under the impact of the wave of spiritual energy. The ground that the younger disciples were standing on could not stop shaking. After all, they were in the outer area of the formation, and they were in a newly opened path. It was inevitable that the protection of the formation would be slightly weaker. Cracks appeared in the void in front of them, and the wild spiritual energy rushed in like strong wind blades, bombarding the group. Xianmen Tianzong and the others walked in front and immediately faced this sudden danger. However, although they were shocked, they did not panic. Yang Tai, who was standing beside Han Yang, took a step forward and blocked in front of Han Yang. Then, with a flip of his palm, a small shield appeared in his palm. The small shield was raised by Yang Tai, and it grew with the wind. In an instant, it turned into a square shield that was 1 meter square. The shield lit up, and at the same time, it extended to the four sides, condensing into 4 flashing white corners, causing the shield to look like an upright square. Then, another layer of light covered the shield, and continued to extend outwards, turning into an even larger square. As the cycle continued, the light continued to expand, making the shield bigger and bigger, protecting Yang Tai and the others behind it. This was a Yuanying stage magic tool bestowed by Zhu Yi to Yang Tai as the first disciple of the Qiantian Hall. Its defensive power was considered outstanding among the Yuanying stage magic tools. After Yang Tai raised the defensive shield, Tang Jun, who was next to him, immediately pinched his hands together and a white halo appeared. This ring of light was formed from runes that flickered with white light. They turned into a ring that wrapped around everyone present. The runes continued to revolve, and the ring of light also continued to revolve. A perfect and flawless concept of power flowed out from it, forming a powerful defensive effect. This technique was called the defensive realm of the heavenly law. It was a magical technique that most disciples of Xianmen Tianzong practiced, and it was specifically used for defense. Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, and the others were all extremely talented people. None of them liked to be passive and defensive, but as a teacher, they had to teach in accordance with their aptitude. They couldn't expect every disciple to be exactly the same as them, the master. Especially when the younger disciples traveled outside, it was inevitable that they would encounter unknown dangers. So, for the sake of safety, when Xiao Yan and the others were compiling the basic paths, techniques, and magical techniques of the sect, they had specially created this magical technique for returning to the heavenly law realm. As one of the few defensive techniques within Xianmen Tianzong, this magical technique's defensive power was very trustworthy. Yang Tai's defensive realm of the heavenly law realm came from the same source as this technique. Not only did Tang Jun execute the defensive realm of the heavenly law realm immediately, but the others in Xianmen Tianzong also knew that they were at a critical juncture. So, not only did Lu Xiafeng and Li Xingfei execute the defensive realm together, even Han Yang and Zhou Yunsong did the same. Their styles leaned toward swift and fierce attacks, and they weren't keen on defense. But under Luo Qingwu and Yang Qing's guidance, they also knew the magical technique of returning to the heavenly law realm. 5 white halos appeared at the same time, encircling everyone and the defensive realm of the heavenly law realm. As the talisman characters, flashing with white light, rotated, they resonated with the power of the defensive realm of the heavenly law realm. On the other hand, the owner of the defensive realm of the heavenly law realm, Yang Tai, didn't execute the magical technique of returning to the heavenly law realm. Instead, he changed his hand seals continuously. A yellow light appeared on his left hand, and an azure water droplet appeared on his right hand. The yellow light contained a strong power concept of the thick earth. It was silent, heavy, and looked ordinary, but it was extremely vast, as if it could bear everything and contain everything. It was the central earth divine light. As for the azure water droplet, although it was floating in midair, anyone could feel its weight. It was as if each droplet weighed tens of thousands of pounds. It was one of the 6 great true waters of the world, the true water of the origin. The 6 great true waters each had their own unique abilities. The true water of the Yellow Springs could purify everything in the world. The true water of the Blood River was the most filthy in the world. The true water of the First Sky could transform everything in the world. The true water of the Xianming was the coldest, and the true water of the moon was the softest and most which could be used to control water. The unique characteristic of the primordial true water was that it was extremely condensed and extremely heavy. After it was transformed into magical power, it was vigorous, exquisite, and boundless. It surged and gurgled with great momentum. Everyone in the Taishu temple looked at Yang Tai with solemn expressions. Xianmen Tianzong, the first seed of Qian Tian Palace's disciple, Yang Tai, is indeed extraordinary. Over the years, many disciples of Xianmen Tianzong had left the mountain to train, and many of them had already become famous. Yang Zhao was expressionless. His gaze swept across Tang Jun, Han Yang, and Zhou Yunsong. People say that among the second-generation true disciples of Xianmen Tianzong, the 3 strongest people in the same realm are Tang Jun, the first seed of Fenshin Cliff, Han Yang, the first seed of Light Dance Pavilion, and Zhou Yunsong, the first seat of Nirvana Paradise. But now, it seems that this Yang Tai is not someone easy to deal with. He used his magical power to transmit his voice to the other 3 disciples, and Shanxiang also used his magical power to transmit his voice. The water should be the primordial true water. As for the yellow light, although I don't know the details, it contains the true meaning of thick earth. This person is calm, and his magical power is also inclined towards defense. Although he is passive, in terms of the amount of magical power, I'm afraid that he is above Tang Jun and the other 2. His ability to attack attacks may not be enough, but it is extremely difficult for others to defeat him. There was something that Shan Xiang did not say out loud. If Yang Tai, who cultivated the primordial true water and the central earth divine light, were to compete in terms of the amount of magical power, even he, a middle Yuanying intermediate Taishu temple's direct disciple, would not dare to say that he could win easily. However, Zhao Mingxiu, Yang Zhao, and Wan Zhengluan, who were brought into the desolate ancient star sea by Yuanying, were all outstanding elite disciples who were carefully cultivated by the Taishu temple. Naturally, they had this kind of judgment. This reminded them of some rumors about Yang Tai. As for the outstanding disciples of the younger generation in Xianmen Tianzong, all the major forces in the Divine Land were very concerned. Compared to Tang Jun, Han Yang, and Zhou Yunsong, who were murderous and incisive, Yang Tai's reputation was slightly weaker, but he had already made a name for himself in the Divine Continent. Those with similar cultivation realms to Yang Tai's had all expressed that fighting him in the past was a complete torture, and it seemed as if they would never see any hope of victory. Practically all of them were dragged down and tortured to death by Yang Tai. It was slightly better if his opponent was willing to stop. Otherwise, the outcome of the battle was usually extremely aggrieved. Yang Zhao was still expressionless, and his eyes were cold. However, Wan Jingluan's expression was slightly strange. His eyes were wandering, as if he was distracted. It was only when his eyes fell on Lu Xiafeng that Wan Jingluan's eyes regained focus. Zhao Mingxiu turned to look at Shan Xiang. "Brother Shan, should we help?" Shan Xiang pondered for a while Yang Zhao said silently, "They don't seem to want us to help, so let's see what they can do." Zhao Mingxiu frowned, but the scene in front of her quickly attracted her attention. Yang Tai suddenly put his hands together, and the earth divine light in his left hand and the primordial pure water in his right hand suddenly combined. Seeing this, Zhao Mingxiu, Shan Xiang, and the other two people's eyes also shone with a strange light. They watched as the earthy yellow light and the drops of primordial pure water merged, and finally became one, turning into an increasingly powerful and heavy power. This power turned into an ocean-like light, spreading in all directions, but was limited to the area of Tangjun and the other four people's heaven-reversing Dharma realm. The light became more and more dazzling, and all of it was added to the heaven-reversing Dharma shield and heaven-reversing Dharma realm, forming a light ball. Yang Tai cultivated the scripture of Tao of Heaven, comprehending the path, techniques, and mystical arts, central primordial heaven sealing realm. Among the mystical arts created by the second-generation true disciples, it was the strongest defensive technique. The powerful defense made Shan Xiang's eyes narrow, and his heart felt heavy. As disciples of the Taishu Temple, they had their reasons to be proud. Their path was mysterious, and their mystical arts were amazing. Against the heirs of other forces, they would have a great advantage. It was rare for them to meet an opponent of the same level, and it was not impossible for them to kill an enemy of a higher level. However, looking at the huge light ball, Shan Xiang, who was in the middle stage of yuaniying, had no confidence that he could break through its defense. In fact, deep in his heart, Shan Xiang could not help but suspect that even if he were to advance to the late stage of yuaniying and achieve the Dharma of heaven and earth, he might not be able to do anything to his opponent. This discovery made Shan Xiang's heart sink. These are only the second-generation true disciples of Xianmen Tianzong, and their cultivation is only in the golden elixir period. If they are already like this, then Yu Hongyan, who is in the yuaniying period, is even more unimaginable. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to avenge myself. This was the result of the Taishu Temple's people arriving late. Shan Xiang did not get to see the scene of Yu Hongyan, Luo Qinggu, and Li Yuanfang working together to kill Blood Mane Great Sage. Otherwise, he would have felt even more bitter at this moment. Although this violent tide was shocking, it came and went quickly. The power of the four symbols' great cycle formation flowed and quickly filled the gap. Later on, when they encountered similar situations, Yang Tai and his brothers cooperated well, and they were more scared than hurt. In the end, the spiritual energy turbulence outside gradually subsided and no longer posed a threat. The four symbols' great cycle formation that enveloped everyone also gradually withdrew. The group continued forward. Shan Xiang and the others did not part ways, but they still did not communicate much with each other. However, at this moment, another violent spiritual energy turbulence storm suddenly attacked. Yang Tai and the others did not panic and still cooperated well to block it. Although the spiritual energy tide this time was not as fierce as before, it was still not something that ordinary cultivators below the primordial spirit realm could resist. At this moment, without the protection of the four symbols' great cycle formation, Yang Tai and the others also needed to concentrate. Beneath the combined defense of the heaven reversal barrier, the five-layered heaven reversal barrier, and the primordious heavenly sealing barrier, some cracks appeared on the sphere of light. But these cracks were quickly repaired by the flowing light. But new cracks constantly appeared all around. For a moment, the two sides fell into a stalemate, restraining each other. Such a violent spiritual energy storm could not last for long, and it would soon weaken. However, at this moment, Wan Zhongluan, who was obviously distracted, took a step forward, seemingly unintentionally. Under the fluctuation of his magic power, he actually touched a crack. Chapter 994. Shan Xiang was thinking about his own matters, so he couldn't help but be distracted by his surroundings and wasn't very sensitive. However, he was still in the middle stage of yuanying, so he quickly noticed something strange. He looked at Wan Zhongluan in shock. "Brother Wan, what are you doing?" Shan Xiang activated his transcendence energy and restrained Wan Zhongluan. Zhao Mingxiu also looked at Wan Zhongluan in surprise. Yang Zhao's eyes also flashed. Restrained by Shan Xiang's transcendence energy, Wan Zhongluan recovered from his somewhat absent-minded state, but his eyes didn't become clear. Instead, they became sharper and more stubborn. "Brother Shan, since the ancient era, our temple has been the most powerful force in the divine land. We should dominate the world, and all the heavens should obey us. How can we sit back and watch a small Xianmen Tianzong rule over our temple?" Wan Zhongluan took a deep breath. His expression was calm, but his eyes were extremely sharp. "Right now, Xianmen Tianzong is the biggest obstacle in our temple's rule over China. Pang Jia, Martial Uncle Pang, the person with double pupils, and senior sister Bai, our temple has lost more than 1 or 2 disciples under Xianmen Tianzong. Brother Shan, let's not talk about others, but senior sister Bai is still suffering in the small world." Hearing this, Shan Xiang's expression didn't change, but his eyes suddenly became deep. Bai Shiqian, who was injured by Yu Hongyan in the past, was his junior sister under the same master and also his Taoist partner. Today, 10 years had passed in the boundless universe, but for Shan Xiang, the scene of Bai Shiqian returning to Bai Yun Mountain with serious injuries and a damaged soul seemed like just yesterday. During the battle between Yu Hongyan and Bai Shiqian, both sides' martial arts and spells were extremely fierce and violent, and lives were often lost. Neither side showed mercy, or else they would only die. If Xianlin, Taoist, hadn't arrived in time that day, Bai Shiqian would have died. Even so, she still breathed in more than she breathed out, and almost couldn't be saved. Luckily, the Taishu Temple's foundation was strong enough, and thus Bai Shiqian's life was saved. But from then on, she was always bedridden, unable to get up, let alone recover her cultivation. All these years, Bai Shiqian had been recuperating in a small grotto heaven where time was changing. However, it was not a grotto heaven that sped up time. Instead, it slowed down time so that she would suffer less pain. Dan Xiang and the others who were close to her made the best use of their time to go out and search for a cure. Although he knew that Yu Hongyan and Bai Shiqian had a fair battle, and they both relied on their own abilities, Shan Xiang still felt angry every time he saw Bai Shiqian, who was half dead, and he couldn't control himself. Although he and Bai Shiqian were Taoist partners, and they were disciples taught by the same master, their views were actually not the same. Bai Shiqian was a radical, and his views were more neutral, even more conservative. But because of what happened to Bai Shiqian, he had a bad impression of Xianmen Tianzong. It was just that when Han Yang and the others helped him get out of trouble, it made him feel awkward, and he temporarily suppressed the hostility in his heart. But now, looking at the slightly agitated Wan Zhongluan, Shan Xiang couldn't help but fall silent. His silence naturally loosened the transcendence power that restrained Wan Zhongluan. Wan Zhongluan didn't say anything, and he used his transcendence power, and the billowing clouds attacked Yang Tai and the others, who were resisting the spiritual energy tide. Brother Shan, senior brother Wan. Zhao Mingxiu was stunned, and she immediately frowned. If you want to fight with Xianmen Tianzong's disciple, then just fight. Why do you have to do this? Aren't you making a fool out of yourself? Yang Zhao said coldly, Sister Zhao, it's because you're too conservative that anyone dares to bully us now. Among the 4 people present, he and Wan Zhongluan were radicals, while Zhao Mingxiu was a standard conservative. Shan Xiang was conservative when facing other sects, but when facing Xianmen Tianzong, he was also hostile. Yang Zhao looked at Zhao Mingxiu and said expressionlessly, there will definitely be a battle between us and Xianmen Tianzong in the future. Not to mention now, we're all competing for the ding of Shenzhou. How can we give such an important weapon to Xianmen Tianzong so easily and let them get even more powerful? There's no need to talk about morality. When facing an enemy, just look at the result. Yang Zhao's eyes were cold, and his tone was cold. We've protected Shenzhou for so many years, and we didn't do it by being kind to others. It's true that we're the first holy land of the righteous alliance, but that's because of our strength. Outsiders hope that we're honorable and virtuous gentlemen, but that's because a gentleman can be deceived. They can bind our hands and feet, which is beneficial to them. Silently, Yang Zhao said, what outsiders think is their business, but if we take it seriously, it will only make our hands and feet tied, and we won't be able to do anything. Zhao Mingxiu frowned. Senior brother Yang, forgive me for not agreeing with you. It's true that some of our actions are not honorable, but it's all for the sake of protecting the divine land and the world of the human clan. That's our ultimate goal. Mingxiu is not a pedantic person. For the sake of the big plan, we can't care about some small things most of the time. But at least we should have some basic bottom lines, and we should always do things with a clear conscience. Yang Zhao said indifferently, are you saying that Brother Wan and I return kindness with enmity and bury our conscience? Zhao Mingxiu looked straight into his cold eyes and said seriously, whether you have a clear conscience or not, you have to ask yourself. But no matter whether you have a clear conscience or not, your behavior has made others laugh at you. Whether we win or lose, as the successor of our temple, don't you even have the confidence to fight head-on with others? A slight smile appeared on Yang Zhao's originally expressionless face. He moved his feet and stood between Zhao Mingxiu and Wan Zhongluan. He said calmly, Sister Zhao, on the contrary, whether we win or lose, it's not suitable for us to fight head-on with Xianmen Tianzong, and this has nothing to do with our personal strength and confidence. Zhao Mingxiu was slightly stunned, and her face faintly showed a hint of understanding. Yang Zhao looked at her and nodded. They are all core disciples of Xianmen Tianzong. With Xianmen Tianzong's domineering style, if something happens to them, Xianmen Tianzong will certainly not sit by and do nothing. It's true that I hate Xianmen Tianzong, but I have to admit that this sect has the real ability to threaten our temple. I don't know what the elders think of Xianmen Tianzong. If we kill these disciples of Xianmen Tianzong, it may affect the arrangements of our elders. Yang Zhao's voice was calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. But if the disciples of Xianmen Tianzong are really hateful, then what should we do? An accident would be the best outcome. He looked at Yang Tai and the others. Sister Zhao, you think that Brother Wan is taking advantage of them, But what I think is that although this place has left the formation of the high-level experts of Xianmen Tianzong, will we be discovered? As he spoke, Yang Zhao suddenly raised his hand and shot out a talisman. This talisman suddenly scattered and turned into streams of light, vaguely enveloping this part of the world. However, these streams of light did not prohibit people from entering or leaving, nor did they have any defensive ability. Their purpose was to isolate and block the perception of the outside cultivators, as well as the communication between the inside and the outside world. Because they only had one purpose, they were extremely powerful in this aspect. Zhao Mingxiu's brows furrowed, even tighter. Senior Brother Yang, when Yang Zhao raised his hand, Wan Zhongluan's footsteps paused slightly, but after seeing his movements clearly, he couldn't help but chuckle. He raised his hand, and a stream of transcendence energy fell on the light ball that enveloped Yang Tai and the others, creating a small gap. The struggle between the light ball and the spiritual energy storm outside was in a fragile balance. When Wan Zhongluan's transcendence energy was released, the light ball suddenly shook slightly, and the spiritual energy storm also suddenly paused, then became even more violent. Shan Xiang watched this scene in silence. He didn't step forward to help Wan Zhongluan, nor did he stop him. Silently, he just watched from the sidelines. On the other hand, Yang Zhao looked at Zhao Mingxiu and said, casually, "To be honest, I'm a little grateful to them for helping us get out of trouble just now. But other than that, I feel more humiliated and embarrassed to be helped by someone I hate. This also makes me hate Xianmen Tianzong even more. I don't deny that my brother Wan's and my behavior is very despicable in the eyes of the general public, even in the eyes of some fellow disciples like you, Sister Zhao. What do you say in the secular world? Tasteless? Despicable?" Yang Zhao's expression was indifferent, and his eyes were cold. "It doesn't matter. Buddhists pay particular attention to laying down the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha immediately. But in my opinion, cultivation is done according to the heart and the situation. Since I still have obsessions in my heart, I will do as I please. When I get what I want, my obsessions will be resolved, and everything will be clear." He looked at Zhao Mingxiu and said, "Sister Zhao, I know you have your own insistence and ideas, so I don't mind that your point of view is different from mine. If you want to stop Brother Wan, then I will stop you. We'll just have to rely on our own abilities. You can stop me and Brother Wan today, but that's fine. Brother Wan and I will find another opportunity in the future, but I don't think you can get past me." Yang Zhao smiled indifferently. "Sister Zhao, I've always known that you're sharp in fights of magical powers, but at least you won't be able to get past me in a short period of time. And during this time, Brother Wan will be done." Zhao Mingxiu took a deep breath and turned her head to look at Shan Xiang. Shan Xiang had the highest cultivation among them. If he really made a move, he could quickly subdue Wan Zhongluan and Yang Zhao. But now, Shan Xiang clearly didn't intend to intervene. In a sense, it was equivalent to tacit approval. Seeing this scene, Zhao Mingxiu deeply suspected that if Yu Hongyan was among the people trapped in the spiritual energy storm, Shan Xiang might even join forces with Wan Zhongluan. At this moment, the spiritual energy storm that was affected by Wan Zhongluan suddenly became stronger, while the defense of Yang Tai and the others became unstable. Under this situation, the situation suddenly became dangerous. In the light sphere, Yang Tai, Lu Xiafeng, and Li Xingfei sighed at the same time. Tang Jun, on the other hand, waved his hand at them and said, "The same rice feeds all kinds of people. This is nothing strange." He looked at the flowing light barrier formed by the talisman characters in front of him and smiled coldly. As expected, it's necessary to be vigilant against others. As he said this, Tang Jun temporarily retracted his heaven reversal magic realm. The light sphere became even more unstable, and was on the verge of collapsing. However, Tang Jun's eyes suddenly lit up with a green light. Within the green light, a small flame could be faintly seen incessantly flickering in each of his eye sockets. However, these flames weren't bright, but rather a patch of pale white. A milky white pure, yang fire lit up on Tang Jun's body. But as this milky white pure, yang fire swayed, it gradually changed color and turned into a pale white that was close to gray. At the same time, it shone with a green light,